What the hell is going on?
I like to take a sharp-bladed instrument with me in case anybody asks me for my underground ticket. God, what the hell is going on? What's wrong with people? That'll be the topic from now until the end of time on this show. Is Donald Trump in jail yet?
No.
Oh, come on. How long do we have to wait? This is getting excruciating. It could have been Russia, it could have been China. No collusion. They're coming for you, Donny. Dun, 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 dun. Meanwhile, in this country, the Mayor of London... You remember the Mayor of London, don't you? The Mayor of London is... he hasn't really done much. He said no a lot. Other than that, can't think of anything. He said, no, you can't have that nice new bus. No, you can't have that nice new bridge. That's it. Anyway, he's taking control of the former Olympic Stadium. A little bit too late, and just not a moment too soon. It's used by a Premier... well, at the moment, they're a Premier League side. Yeah, who knows? It's not looking good. West Ham United are using the Olympic Stadium, and the Mayor of London has taken control of that stadium after an independent review disclosed rising costs and mounting losses.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Mayor Sadiq Khan, the mayor who likes to say no, called the findings simply staggering, with projected annual losses to you and me of £20 million. What? £20 million. He said West Ham had secured the deal of the century from his predecessor, Bozo of the FO.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, that genius. Asked whether the stadium at the heart of the 2012 Olympic Park might be closed, sold, or retendered, he told Sky News that he was exploring all avenues. What does that mean? That's not saying anything. But that's essentially he's saying, yeah, I don't know. Don't ask me. What do I know? Exploring all avenues. West Ham pay rent of £2.5 million per season for the stadium, apparently. It's been co-owned by the London Legacy Development Corporation and local Newham Council. I thought it was owned outright by you-know-who, the country that owns pretty much everything in London that's over 2 stories high. Maybe that's just all of the land around it. £2.5 million West Ham pay in rent, and you think, well, that's a decent chunk of money. And you would be wrong about that. It is, in fact, the gift of the season. Yeah, we scored an own goal there. The East London club, who moved in last year after conversion works, said their contract was watertight and legally binding, and they remained absolutely committed to its terms for its entire 99-year duration.
What?
99 years. And what do the fans think, I wonder? How's that new stadium working out for you, Hammers?
Oh, fabulous.
Can you see the pitch from your seats?
No.
The mayor, who likes to say no, says, we're going to work with West Ham. They're our partners. They're our friends. We really love them. He says it's not their fault that they... This is priceless. He said it's not their fault that they were given such a fantastic deal by the previous mayor. Who can blame them? You remember the previous mayor, don't you? Bozo of the FO.
No!
Yeah. Mayor Boris. There's a mayor of Newham. That should be a pop quiz. That should be a pub quiz. Mayor of Newham. Anybody? Anybody at all? Oh, even if you're in Newham, I bet you don't know that it's Robin Wales. Newham Mayor Robin Wales blamed Boris Johnson for onerous contracts that had left the stadium finances in a dreadful mess. And a spokesperson for Boris Johnson said, it weren't me, I ain't done nothing. He said pretty much exactly that. Got nothing to do with me. He said, the mistakes were somebody else's. Not my mistake, he said, even though I signed off on the deal. I organised the deal personally, but it has nothing to do with me, is his official position. He said the mistakes belonged to his Labour predecessor, Ken Livingstone. Ah, well, bound to be. and the government of the then Prime Minister Tony Blair. It's a good job. Well, I'll get to that in a sec. So, Sadiq Khan said, Boris said, signing off at a stadium fit only for athletics was a massive mistake. And that was pretty stupid. He says their catastrophic planning errors lie at the heart of the problem. That's what Boris Johnson says. But how about us paying for their goalposts and their corner flags and their undersoil heating and their security and their changing rooms and their and the cleaning of the place? Shall I go on?
No.
No, it's just excruciating. We're paying for all of that. Can you believe it? Boris Johnson then added the usual Boris Johnson coda about how fantastic it is that we were fortunate enough to have him working for us. He wants us to regard his blonde magnificence. He said that the London Games had nevertheless left a legacy other past host cities can only dream of. Puh! Yeah, he's right. It has left us a legacy that other host cities can only dream of. Sometimes those dreams turn to nightmares. Acres of tiny little flatlets owned by the Qataris. That's what it's been. That's what has been left for us. Yeah, we appreciate it, Boris.
Thank you.
Yeah. By the way, the cost of not building but transforming the stadium for football after the Olympics, £323 million. £323 million. How? The initial budget estimate was 190 million. But, as anybody who's ever had any building work done will tell you, initial budget estimates are, you can put them in the L file of your filing cabinet.
Liar!
Exactly. I'll be £190 million. I'll start first thing Monday morning. Yeah, right, sure you will. £323 million. And we're still paying. I can't believe we pay for their goalposts and corner flags and undersoil heating and security and changing rooms and cleaning rooms and all the rest of it. Shall I go on?
No.
Painful. And so West Ham are paying, £2.5 million a year. Let's say two. Amongst friends. What a deal. So, like I said, it's a good job that Boris Johnson isn't engaged with any important negotiations that have greater ramifications than some football stadium. Oh no, that's right, he's sticking his oar into the EU negotiations. Yeah. And by the way, that rent that West Ham are paying, as far as I'm aware, that goes down by half if they get relegated. And at £1 million a year, it would take them 323 years to pay off the cost of transforming it into a football stadium. This is the kind of deal makers, or these are the kind of deal makers that are trying to negotiate our way through the complicated EU negotiations. Oh, we haven't got a hope. And it all comes to a head this Monday. The stuff that's happening is just, it's mind-blowing. We've got the Donald Trump thing that's coming to a head. We've got the EU negotiations which are coming to a head this Monday. I'm having a newsgasm. I can't wait till the Christmas comes around when there's no news. What sweet relief it'll be for just a week with nothing to lose sleep about or freak out about. Assuming that little fat Kim celebrates Christmas, which he probably doesn't. So our capitulation at the feet of the EU seems complete. Is this the deal that you voted for on that day last summer? Is this actually what you wanted? It seems like the entire nation is gripping the side of the desk and taking its punishment. Thank you, sir. May I have another? This was in The Guardian today. The scale of the Brexit climb down takes shape this weekend, and one thing is becoming clear. It wasn't what leaving the EU was meant to look like.
Oh no!
There are going to be a lot of very disappointed people out there. It's not going to be a green grass. Your life will not improve because of it. You should have read the label. The comparison between what's on the table in Brussels and what British voters were promised is striking. That's what the Guardian is saying. But it's not we were lied to. Goodness me, no. Whatever makes you think that? The UK government is not even talking about the things it really wants yet. The concessions Britain is being pressed to finalise on money, regulation and legal independence are simply to begin the process of discussing a trade deal. We haven't even started yet. The same Brexit enthusiasts who once insisted it would be ours for the taking. Yeah, I remember that. They said, oh, it's going to be a piece of cake. Don't you worry about a thing, they said. This will be easy. I've got a little plan, they said. And those same enthusiasts now argue that the cost is so high that we need to steel ourselves for living without a trade deal at all. Being cast out into the sea, rudderless. Then there's the question of the type of trade deal that the government is working so furiously to obtain. And if you think that a trade deal is not worth having, then ask yourself this. Why is the government so furiously trying to obtain one? It was long an article of faith among Brexiteers that it was not necessary to be a member of the EU in order to maintain all the economic benefits. How many times have you heard that over and over and over again? Don't worry about a thing. You can have your cake and eat it. And that was Bozo the FO, by the way. That same genius who came up with that West Ham deal. It's a good job he's not in a position of power now, ain't it? That cake and eat it position has now been comprehensively ruled out by every European leader. They said, as with one voice, non. Some of them said 9. Yes, the roly-poly buffoon who delivered that line on having our cake and eating it, our very own Bozo of the FO.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
2 weeks ago, a leaked policy paper in Brussels made clear that unless Britain remained inside the single market, the only access it would come the only access to it would come via a much more limited goods trade agreement such as the EU has with Canada. Now that's free. They gave that to Canada for free. Guess how much we're going to have to pay for it? £58 billion. Oh, God, I wish this was happening in another country, like, Belgium. And then my laugh might not be so hollow. We're going to have to pay for this, crying out loud. £58 billion, and that amount will probably be agreed this coming Monday. Yeah, this Monday. Ain't it exciting? And that's in stark contrast to the promises that were made to us. What voted? You remember the big red bus? Of course you do. You remember who was on the big red bus? Of course you don't, because everybody who was on it is trying madly to distance themselves from it. The big red bus, £350 million a week, that's what they said. Could give it to the NHS. We can take back control of huge sums of money and spend it on our priorities, said Boris Johnson. And then he said that the EU could go whistle if it wanted an extortionate divorce settlement. Well, who's whistling now, Boris? You know how to whistle, don't you? You just put your lips together and blow. Well, close. And many non-financial concessions now look inevitable too. It's not just going to be about the money, honey. To reach an agreement on citizens' rights, the Cabinet said to be ready to allow the UK courts to refer up to the European Court of Justice. Now, I don't particularly mind one way or the other which court we refer to. What difference does it make? But apparently it's of vast importance to some flag wavers. But you ain't even going to get that. David Davis. So great they named him twice. He said that Brexit would end the flood of new regulation from Europe. And that ain't true either. Among its many promises was the claim that Britain would also immediately strike new trade deals with other countries, like the USA. How's that going? it's now been overshadowed by a spat with the Orange Nightmare in the White House.
I'll bring us into war.
Yeah, who doesn't forget? He doesn't forget like an elephant. Like a big fat orange elephant. And even if we did strike a beautiful trade deal, it'll be so simple and easy and great and huge. We can't do anything until 2021 anyway, which sounds like the future to me. And even then, Wilbur Ross, who is the current US Commerce Secretary, not actually in jail yet, time's ticking. He said that Britain would simply be swapping EU rules for US rules on stuff that we eat. You know, important stuff like what our chicken is like, for instance. So we're going to leave the EU. We're going to give them a vast amount of money. We're still going to be controlled by the EU. And what bits the EU don't control of what we do is going to be controlled by the Orange Nightmare in the White House. But thank goodness we've got our country back. And whose fault was this, by the way?
I'm a nutcase.
I can't think of anybody off the top of my head. Let's have a call in Hackney. Dave.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me?
It sounds like you.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. I just wanted to tell you, you're talking beautiful things about the European Union.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful things.
Thank you.
God sent from heaven.
Thank you.
I just wanted to tell you, have you read the news lately?
Have I read the news? Well, which bit? There's a big thing, the news. It's huge. It's never ending.
The news.
There's no end to the news, Dave. Which bit?
You sound a bit condescending, but I'm going to try.
A little bit, yeah. Which bit of the news?
We're both persons here. So, have you heard that they're trying to ban doner kebab?
They're trying to ban doner.
Doner kebab, the thing that is so brutal, that's trying to, destroy our lives. They're trying to illegalize doner kebab. They're saying it's bad for your health.
It is.
But they're telling us you can't eat it.
Right. Good thing too. Don't eat it, Dave.
Burger King, Pizza Hut, they're all fine.
Yeah, eat fruit and vegetables.
They have deep pockets.
It's good for the it's good for the mind. Doner kebabs.
So exactly, let's think about it. Banning doner kebabs, who does that hurt? You act like you care about the immigrants, all this thing, but think about it.
Oh, please. What are you talking about? Doner kebabs. They're going to ban doner kebabs. I bet my glamorous assistant wants to look that up straight away. I'm not sure that I can be bothered. I mean, who cares one way or the other whether anybody bans doner kebabs? I find it highly unlikely. I'll look it up right now. Doner kebabs, EU. EU kebab meat could make doner a goner. Guess which newspaper has got that headline on it? You won't. If you sat here from now until the end of time, you wouldn't guess. It's The Guardian. European Parliament phosphates ban would sound the death knell for nightclubbers' favourite snack, industry warns. Well, it's not about the meat, it's about the phosphates. And I could do with a couple of pints of phosphates right now, as a matter of fact. So that caller is absolutely beside himself. He's totally aghast. You'd probably be better off eating the paper wrapper it comes in, mate. He thinks that the European Union are fascists because they want to prevent you from eating phosphates. Yeah, okay, sure, if that's what you want to believe. Go ahead. You have my my support. Southend, hello, Chris.
Oh, good evening, Nicholas.
How upset are you about that whole doner kebab issue?
Well, the thing is, amazing enough, actually, the best kebabs I've had have been in Europe, to be fair, not in this country. So
apparently they're very big in Germany.
Oh, they are, definitely. I mean, I was in Berlin about 2 years ago, and yeah, the kebabs we get over there are fantastic. I think what I like about the kebabs in Germany is that the bread they come in is so much better than what you get over here.
Well, it actually tastes like bread, does it? What a concept. But what precisely is a doner kebab? Because I went for about 20 years as a vegetarian, and I am a full-on meat eater now. I saw the light. Fortunately, I came back from the dark side. But I wouldn't go anywhere near a doner kebab. What even is it?
Well, as far as I'm aware, what it is basically the bad bits of the lamb or the chicken that don't make it to the supermarket. So it could be. Listen, Nick. It takes.
Well, what would it be? I mean, the bits that don't make it to the supermarket, that doesn't leave much. The beak and the feet.
Well, no. I think to put more accurately, I think basically what it is the cheap cuts of meat.
Right.
I'm sure it's edible. It must be. Well, at least we hope it's edible. I don't know, but all I know is that when I'm drunk, it normally does.
Exactly. When you're drunk, that's probably not the best time to make positive decisions about what you consume. Don't shop drunk.
The thing is, Nick, I mean, I have to say, and please don't shoot me down. I mean, as you know, I did vote to leave the EU, but unlike the other guy who sounds like a raving Brexiteer, I would be more than willing to admit that I'm wrong if this really does fail. I will. I'll hold my hands up and say, look, I was wrong. I should have voted Remain. And in fact, as I say, it was actually something you said that nearly did make me vote Remain, and that is the fact that, you know, the theory is that if we all get together as groups and nations, it's actually much easier to tackle these big multinational corporations.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now that for me. Now I'll tell you what, Nick. It's a shame that someone else didn't say that. You know, in the news, it's a shame that nobody in the Remain camp said what you said. And if they had said that more publicly, I think more people probably would have voted Remain.
If only it had been somebody that people respect.
Yes, well, isn't it possibly? But the thing is, though, Nick, I mean, what I would say is, look, I think Brexit has the potential, and I do stress potential, to be good for us. I mean, if we can strike new trade deals and...
See, here's the problem that I have with that. We already can trade with whoever we like. Now, how are we going to persuade the countries that we already trade with to take more of the stuff that we make?
Well,
I mean, they can already take as much as they want.
Well, when you think about it, I mean, James Dyson, he's thinking of building electric cars in this country, and theoretically...
Oh, he's thinking of building in this country, is he? Well, that's a switch.
Well, that's what I read in the news anyway. But if we just strike, say, a trade deal with India, where it would be much more economical and, you know, more environmentally friendly for them to drive electrical cars, then potentially it could work. I mean, look, it's all potentials. You know, nobody really knows.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the big problem with that vote in the first place, that nobody really knew what the hell they were voting for. Now we have an inkling of what it is that we voted for. The obvious thing would be to ask the people if they're happy with this, because what we have right now, is not what people thought they were voting for. They didn't think they were going to have to pay a big, like a massive, colossal bill to the EU to leave. They didn't think that the things that we export were potentially going to be more expensive and therefore ruin businesses. They didn't think that the people that serve them dinner weren't going to be coming here to do that anymore, or any of the things that have
but come on though, Nick. A lot of the people, but come on, Nick. A lot of these coffee shop chains, like Costa, I hope they go out of business.
Well, no, see, that's the wrong thing to think. Just because you don't happen to like them for one reason or another doesn't mean to say that they should go out of business and that would be good for the economy. Here, Chris, I'm going to have to go. I'm way over the news. I wasn't watching the clock. So my close personal friend that I was just talking to, that claimed that the EU are fascists because they're trying to ban doner kebabs. Got it completely incorrect in every respect. They're not trying to ban doner kebabs. They're trying to ban the phosphates that are in them. Phosphates being a cause of complications up to and including death. Just trying to do right by the consumer. Trying to make him and her, but mostly him, make positive food choices, especially when they're drunk. Mystery meat cut off whatever that is. It's always looked absolutely vile to me. Why anybody would want to eat that is just beyond me. But anyway, the European Parliament are moving to ban phosphates. Now, phosphates happen to be in seasoned kebab meat, but it's not the seasoned kebab meat that they're trying to ban. It's the phosphates in it. And under the headline, "For Pitta's sake, EU kebab meat move could make Donna a goner," The Guardian. It's a bit too wordy for The Sun. The Sun would have cut those number of words in half, and they would have made it slightly funnier. But really, that's outstanding work for The Guardian. "For Pitta's sake, EU kebab meat move could make Donna a goner." That's pretty good. But that's it could. But it's not the doner kebab they're trying to ban. Plus, who cares? Be a good idea if we ate less of it, and other mystery meats. A scientific review in 2012 suggested a possible link between phosphates, when used as food additives, and heart disease, as in death. EU rules normally prohibit the use of phosphate additives in meat preparation where they're used to protect flavour and retain water, and so on. So it's not doner kebab that's the problem, it's the additives that they put in them. But you know, how anybody could get so exercised about that he was virtually screaming at me on the end of the phone is just beyond me. I mean, really. Let's keep a sense of perspective, shall we? This text says, Brexit was never about economics, it was about maintaining sovereignty. Oh, God, another flag waver. Maintaining sovereignty and controlling our borders. The economic arguments are simply a red herring, says John. Brexiteers couldn't care less about a deal because all we want is a sovereignty and control of our borders, nothing more, nothing less. Well, I hate to break the news to you, John, but you're not going to get either of those two things. Sovereignty is an illusion. It does not exist. Governments don't make plans about where the country goes. Shell and Lloyds and HSBC do. Government's not in charge. They might tinker at the edges. But BP and Goldman Sachs and GlaxoSmithKline are actually in charge. And Volkswagen too. Why do you think that nothing seems to change, regardless of which political party is in power? I mean, has it never occurred to these people that are demanding our sovereignty? We don't have any sovereignty. It's an illusion. And as for control of borders, I'm getting weary saying it. We have full employment at the moment. That means that everybody who is here of working age is in a job. We don't have a vast pool of unemployed people idly sitting about, whiling away the day, smoking dope and watching Jeremy Kyle. There isn't such a group of people. People who have come over here haven't put local people out of work. That's not what's happened. And so we need all of those people here. Otherwise, the jobs that they do wouldn't get done, unless we Brits want to start doing 2 jobs, or in some cases 3. Now, I don't detect a great desire to pick up another job on top of the one that we already do. I mean, I might be wrong about that. The people that voted to leave the EU might well want to roll their sleeves up and forego sleep, but I doubt it. So who's going to do those jobs if people don't keep coming over here? You know, Fortnum's, where the Queen gets her dinner. The boss of Fortnum & Mason says that the London store is struggling to recruit staff after the Brexit vote, with the situation most acute in restaurants. I can't remember the last time I went to... Well, I don't go to many restaurants, to be honest. But if you have, when was the last time you were served by an English person? In London, probably never. Outside of London, it's vanishingly unlikely. Now, if all of those people didn't come and do those jobs that we don't want to do, that we've decided are beneath us, then those restaurants would not exist. And the people that have, the British people who are born in Britain to British parents who own those restaurants, who've plunged their life savings and all of their life's work into those institutions, they'd be left high and dry. They'd lose everything if they didn't have the people to do the work. I mean, Fortnum's, they've got deep pockets. They'll be all right, don't you worry about that. Plus, they're Canadian. Fortnum's chief executive, Ewan Venters, said 1 in 5 of the chef posts across its 6 restaurants were unfilled, as the falling sterling's value and concerns about anti-immigrant attitudes deterred applicants. See? The problem is our attitude, which was encapsulated in the first call I got. That furious bloke banging on about doner kebabs. You are fascists. The man who runs Fortnum's sensed a change in the mood among workers from the EU. He says they're asking, do I feel welcome? That's more the problem today. See, that's in London, which is the most welcoming part of the country. It's curious that the more you are faced with people who are different to yourself, the less you are frightened of them. Because places of a large immigrant population, like London, for instance, wanted overwhelmingly to stay in the EU. It's places that don't have foreigners that are frightened of foreigners. Nick Clegg was saying something. There was an interview that he did with a Nobel Prize-winning economist in The Guardian, and he was saying he was out on the stump when he was a politician, and he was canvassing people in a place where the only foreigner was behind the counter in the Chinese takeaway on the high street. And he knocked on somebody's door and he said, hello, I'm Nick Clegg. And the fellow said, hang on, I'll get my gun. He said, yeah, well, I'm going to be voting for Brexit because of all these foreigners. And Nick Clegg said, well, I don't believe that your area has actually got any foreigners, does it? And the man said, well, I haven't seen any, but they're everywhere. We're in a post-fact world, baby. Yeah, everywhere. I wonder whose fault that is. Any names occurring to you off the top of your head? Other business leaders are also worried about a shortage of workers. EU citizens make up a quarter of the 3 million people working in the UK hospitality sector, according to a report by KPMG, the accounting and services people. A quarter. And there's just no way that if they leave or by increment, by not coming here in fresh numbers, they sort of die away. There's just no way that those jobs will get done. So those restaurants are going to have to close, and the hotels are going to have to close, and the food packing businesses are going to have to close, and the shops are going to have to close, and the delivery people and the taxi driver companies, and it just goes on and on and on. They're like the glue that holds the country together. Oh, the smell of it.
Are you trying to tell me that this is your act?
Dave says, ban doner kebabs. I want to stay in now. Good thing too, Dave. Much safer inside. And you won't make poor drunken choices about what it is you eat at the end of the evening. Plus, the weather is dreadful. The weather outside is frightful. It really is. It's just a horrible night. And the people don't seem to be out. So you're not alone there, Dave. I think everybody has taken the night off going out and stayed in. Probably best to stay in if you're in Glasgow. I'll just check the weather for you. It'll probably be raining every single day from now until the rest of your life. Not today, though. Not raining tomorrow. Wow, not raining on Monday either. 3 days in a row of no rain. Can we make it 4? Oh, I'm sorry. Rain's back on Tuesday. And Wednesday, and Thursday, and etc., and so on. It's a great, great town, Glasgow, for all sorts of different reasons. I think the people are great, and the architecture is fantastic. I just couldn't stand the weather. Just could not stand the weather. I stayed there for 3 months. It rained every single day. Bo, hello, Mervyn.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. At this moment in time, nobody really knows what the result of Brexit's going to be. Some people are guessing it's going to be bad. Some people are guessing it's good. It sounds like you think it's bad. I think it's going to be good.
Why?
And, well, I'm optimistic, not pessimistic.
Well, but based on what do you think it's going to be good?
Right. Well, for a start, you're saying about all these people leaving and not being in the catering industry.
Yeah.
We had this nonsense from Cable. He said
Cable.
the NHS is dying because all these people are leaving, when in fact more people have joined the NHS from the European community than actually left. He was talking a load of old tripe.
Since when?
Well, it's been publicised, Nick. It's not rubbish.
But since when, though, have they more joined
Since the
than
Brexit
left?
since the Brexit vote, he tried to say that more people have left from European people working in the NHS than have joined. When in fact it turned out to be absolute rubbish, and more people have actually joined
Well,
the NHS.
I've got no idea what he said one way or the other. I'm not going to defend what he said, and I don't know whether that's true or not. I doubt it, but
Well, it is true because
okay, then.
it's been publicised on the wonderful BBC, the Bias Broadcasting Corporation.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't sound like you believe them, but you believe them if what they say chimes in with your with your beliefs.
No, apparently they got it from factual data.
Oh, facts. Well, no one's interested in that anymore.
Well, that's a load of toffee, isn't it? Because they're not interested in the biased people who turn around and say Brexit's going to be terrible, when in fact Brexit's going to be a huge success. We'll trade better with the rest of the world. We won't be tied up with the tariffs and the rubbish churned out by the EU.
No, but we will, though, Mervyn. You see,
We won't,
we will, though.
No, we'll kill the gravy train and the red tape off.
No, we won't. If we want to trade with the EU, we're going to have to do what they decide anyway. It's just that the difference is that we don't get to put our oar in about what the rules and regulations are.
No, nonsense. The thing is...
No, wait a minute. You see, people like you you dismiss any information that comes your way that doesn't chime with what you've already decided.
No,
the
it's not
truth
that at
is,
all.
if we're going to be trading with the EU in a free trade agreement, then we're going to have to obey EU rules and regulations. There's just no way around it.
But we'll also be able to trade with the rest of the world.
We trade with the rest of the world now.
Yes, but more so and with better conditions.
With more so. How are we going to persuade other parts of the world to take more of what we make?
Well, from reports in various newspapers, there's a queue of different countries waiting to be... Yeah, and they're different.
Name one.
It's not all one-sided.
Name one.
Well, it's probably in the Telegraph, it's been in the Mail, it's been in all of them.
Well, that's two of them. The two Brexit flag-waving newspapers who are loath to print a single solitary negative word about Brexit. They are comically for it.
And then against that, you've got Gideon, who used to be known as George Osborne, giving out a load of rubbish in the Evening Standard, which is absolutely, totally anti-Brexit, because the man is a lunatic.
Right, so anybody that disagrees with you is a lunatic.
No, he was
Well,
the one
sounds
that
like
said...
it.
He was the one that said Cameron and him were saying there'd be World War III, a loaf will cost £10, emergency budgets, and it all turned out to be toffee apple.
Mervyn, you do know that we haven't actually left the EU yet, don't you?
No, the sooner the better.
Yes, but all of these things that you're saying have not come to pass.
Yes.
We haven't left yet.
They're not going to happen, are they? Let's face it.
There's one thing to be an optimist,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not going to change the outcome one way or the other, any more than optimistically closing your eyes and walking into the road will affect what happens to you next.
No, but how can you be certain that it's going to be bad when I feel certain that it's going to be good?
But I'm not talking about what it might be. I'm talking about what's happening now. We're about to sign off a cheque for £58 billion.
Which we shouldn't be signing at all.
Well, but why do you think the government is so desperate to give away such a cheque?
Well, because they say they've made commitments to 2019, which will be our contributions which we would have paid into the EU, which will go to pay lots of pensions for people like Nick Clegg, Van Rompuy, whatever their names are, Merkel, all the rest of them, when they retire, to fat, juicy pensions.
Right, okay,
from the
but
gravy train.
you're not answering the question. That's what the money is partly for. I'm asking you, if we're not legally obliged to pay it, why do you think the government is bending over backwards to write a cheque that they can't afford?
Well, You have to ask them that, but I know why the European want us to do it, because they want to frighten everybody else from leaving. And the part of Spain...
Yes, Mervyn, I understand all that, but I'm asking you why our government, if we can achieve great success outside of the EU and by completely ignoring the EU and walking away and never speaking to them again, why is our government so desperate that they're going to write a cheque like that, do you think?
Well, I don't actually know the truth, and I don't think you do, but I'd like to think...
The truth is they're writing a cheque like that because they want a free trade deal.
Yeah. And all the idiots who keep saying we've got to stay in or we don't want a Brexit are saying we need to stay in the single market, we need to stay in the customs union, which actually means we'd still be in the EU and tied
Exactly. So what does that tell you? Even the people that want to leave are desperate to stay in. What does that tell you?
They're wrong.
You see what I mean? They're virtually impossible to argue against because nobody's prepared to take on any new information. They're not even prepared to pause for a second and think about what's going on. They've got total blinkers on, and they will say things like Mervyn just said. I am an optimist, therefore it will work out right. 58 billion. It's actually more than 58 billion. It's actually 89 billion. But some of the unpaid bills and loans and pension things that we've already stumped up for will be taken off that. But 89 billion is the actual full amount that we're about to sign off on. Now, our government would have to be our Brexit government would have to be out of their minds to sign a cheque that size. What are they doing it because they like the EU? Because they've been beaten into submission by those excellent negotiators? Or because they know a little bit more about what's happening than we do? I mean, they talk a big game, playing tough guy, but essentially we're just going to have to do whatever the EU says because our future health, wealth and happiness depends on us having access to that free market. It's one of, if not the biggest free market block on earth, and it's right there. You can see it on a clear day. And instead of that, we're on the other side of the planet trying to drum up business on Australia. It's insane. And so even the people that are full-on Brexiteers, like Boris Johnson, like David Davis, like Theresa May, they understand what's actually happening here. And they will tell us, oh, don't worry about a thing, we're leaving the EU, don't you worry about that, they're not going to have any control over us, we are taking back our borders, our sovereignty, and all that Britishness stuff. But that's just to placate the people that voted out. We ain't going to leave. I said this all along. They're going to tell us that we've left, but it will actually be exactly the same. Brexit will only happen in name only. It'll be the same. We'll have the same number of people coming here because if we don't, the economy will collapse because the immigrants from the EU, they might not all have top jobs. They might not all be running companies, but they're the cogs that make those companies tick over. I mean, if you came into your office on Monday morning and the cleaner hadn't been in over the weekend, you'd be sore upset, particularly if it happened week after week after week after week. You'd be up to your eyeballs in rubbish. Somebody's got to clean it. I know we don't want to. It's stuff like that. People bringing the food to your table. And if the people that are telling us that they are full-on Brexiteers and they don't want anything to do with the EU and blah, 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 and so on and so forth, are so desperate to maintain that free trade with the EU that they're willing to write a cheque for over £50 billion of your money, then what does that tell you? And if it tells you that they're idiots, like that last bloke said, then we're doomed. I think it tells us that they know, our politicians know, that they screwed up by asking us that question in the first place, that we should never have been asked it. And Nick Clegg was talking to a Nobel Prize-winning economist about this, and I'll come to that in just a minute.
Well, the whole world's gone crazy.
I knew it. You know that bloke that I was just talking to just now? He said it's a proven fact. It's been printed in papers that the number of people that have been joining the NHS from the EU has gone up since the vote. That is what he said.
Liar!
And I couldn't say that that is incorrect because I didn't have any facts in front of me. But that's the beauty of living in a post-fact world, baby. You can say anything that flits across your brow, and if you say it out loud, it immediately becomes a fact. Politicians pull that trick all the time. They say, oh, well, of course, the recent studies have proven that 67% of everybody that lives in this country agrees with me. And you can't say, no, they don't, because you haven't got that particular fact in front of you. But here it is. The proportion of EU nationals leaving jobs in the NHS is rising, while the share of those joining from the EU is shrinking. In other words, the number of people that are working in our precious NHS from the EU is going down, not up, which is the opposite of what that bloke said. I knew he was wrong, but I just couldn't prove it at that moment. Stuff you can get away with just by blurting out whatever you want to believe is true. What a story that was. The Prime Minister's been dealt a blow after everyone on a government panel aiming to help people from less privileged backgrounds quit over policy failures. In other words, when Theresa May says that she's really concerned about the little people, not leprechauns, they don't believe her. The head of Social Mobility Commission says that Theresa May is too fixated on Brexit to improve the prospects of those from less privileged backgrounds, most of whom, I bet, voted for Brexit.
Affirmative.
Yeah. It's like the entire world has been... it's like we've been hypnotised.
Groovy.
The Americans have been hypnotised to vote for an orange nightmare who is absolutely not going to do anything in their best interest. Unless you're a millionaire or preferably a billionaire. In which case his new tax plan will allow you to write off the cost of your personal jet. That's actually true. And write off the cost of your personal golf course, I bet. In fact, I think it does actually have a clause in there benefiting people who own golf courses. And the dinglings from the Yahoo states are like, yeah, he's our man. Yeah, sure, he cares about you. He's an honest person.
I'm a person that wants to tell the truth. I'm an honest person.
Yeah, sure you are. But they've been hypnotised to vote for that snake oil salesman, that fairground con man, and people in this country have been persuaded that yes means no, that black is white, and that leaving the EU would be good for the little people, and that Theresa May is fixated on improving the prospects of those from less privileged backgrounds. Yeah, well, you know, just as you'd expect. Of course she is. This was in The Guardian today. Now that the cost of... No, it was a couple of days ago now. Now that see, fake news, not today, a couple of days ago. The cost of the UK's Brexit divorce is beginning to emerge. This is the amount of money that we're going to have to pay the EU so that they can pretend that we're still in the EU. We'll kid on that we're outside, but everything will stay the same. It's just that we'll still have to follow the rules and regulations on absolutely everything. It's just that we won't have any input into what those rules and regulations are. Thank goodness we've got our sovereignty back. We're going to be pushed around by Europe, and we've been pushed around by America. You know, but at least we have a special relationship with America. Because Donald Trump feels very strongly about Theresa May.
I cherish women.
Yeah. Now that the cost of the UK's Brexit divorce is beginning to emerge, we can calculate exactly how many Boris buses £50 billion could buy. That's the amount that the Guardian is putting on it, £50 billion or £58 billion, or just insert vast number here. Now, when they say Boris buses, they don't mean those London route masters. I like those new London Routemaster buses. They're the only buses since the old Routemaster that actually is good enough to maintain that moniker, to call it a Routemaster. I thought that was great. That Thomas Heatherwick could design bus. It looked fantastic from the outside and the inside. We liked the 3 doors, the 2 staircases, the light bulbs above the seats instead of those hideous strip lights that made you feel like you were in prison. We liked the shape of it. Did I mention the shape? But, you know, the new mayor of London, the mayor who likes to say no, he took one look at it and said...
No.
Yeah. Anyway, that's not the bus they're talking about. The 350 million weekly EU cost. That's the bus that was emblazoned on the side of the Vote Leave battle bus. The bus that everybody is saying, bus? What bus? I saw no bus. Me on that bus? No. Everybody that has associated with that is desperately trying to distance themselves from it.
I'm a nutcase.
Not mentioning any names. And here's the answer. That £350 million a week bus, this is what leaving the EU but actually staying in it, this is what it's going to cost. 143 of them. That's about 3 years worth of that promised weekly gain we're about to write a cheque for. I don't think that bus was telling us the truth. And, by the way, neither were its occupants. Liar! Of course, you can't find anyone that admits to having had anything to do with that bus now. The UK's Brexit bill is being calculated on the basis of its share of the EU's unpaid bills, loans, pensions and other liabilities. And like I said before, the gross figure is going to be about £89 billion. What? £89 billion. But that's going to be reduced after money that we've already paid and etc. and so on. So it's only going to be 50, 58, 60 billion, something like that. That is the nature of the desperation that our government finds itself in, saying on the one hand to us, don't you worry, we're leaving the EU. And on the other hand, with a nod and a wink to the EU, here's a cheque, let's kid on that we've left, but we'll really stay. Divorce payments are going to continue for many, many years. The UK is going to assume liability for EU pensions due to be paid to those British citizens who are eligible, and that includes MEPs who are going to lose their pensions as a result of Brexit. And who might one of those lucky people be?
I'm a nutcase.
Leave campaigners have repeatedly claimed that £350 million referred to on the battle bus was not a promise to give to the NHS. It was merely a suggestion about how the money was going to be spent. Huh, really? Because, I don't know, it looked like a promise to me. I think that they are disseminating misinformation. Liar! Not a promise. You know what? You remember Margaret Thatcher, or as we, the students of the late 70s and early 80s used to say, Margaret Thatcher. She negotiated our British rebate in 1984. We pay less than 1% of our national GDP. And that's less than member states normally pay into the EU budget. We pay less than most member states into the EU budget as a proportion of our GDP. 1%. So that £50 billion... So assuming it is that small an amount that we're about to write a cheque for, that would equate to 201 weeks' worth of contributions to the EU. That's what we're paying to pretend that we're not in the EU anymore, while still actually being in the EU with a nod and a wink from the people that run us. Except they're not actually the people that run us. The EU will be running us, and America will be running us, and India are going to be running us. And China, particularly, will be running us. And, of course, Goldman Sachs and HSBC and BP and all of the rest of them. We're going to be blown around in the wind like a rudderless dinghy. Baz says, what's the problem with the EU regarding kebabs? It's the only takeaway served with onion, lettuce, cabbage, tomato and cucumber. So all part of your 5 a day, yet they want to ban them. I'm 23 stone, and as you can guess, the diet is working well. 23 stone of magnificent man there, Baz. I would help yourself to the onion, the lettuce, the cabbage, tomato, and the cucumber. Just leave the kebab rotting on its swirling stand. Why anybody would see that greasy mess and think, dinner, that's just, Donna, that's just a mystery to me. You would have to be drunk off your face to want to put that in your mouth. But, that's just me. And I don't speak for everyone. I just speak for me. You speak for you. Lichwood. Hello, Alex.
Hey, hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, just wanted to say, I think some people are delusional. We hear on one hand that no deal is better than a bad deal.
Yeah.
And then we get a good offer to the EU, then we're willing to spend all those billions of pounds to secure the borders and all of that. And this already sounds to me like a bad deal.
How does Theresa May have the nerve to, on the one hand, say no deal is better than a good deal, and then she's prostrating herself in front of the EU, offering them a blank cheque, desperate for a deal?
Well, look at how many things have changed in the last few months. And also, for me, I happen to have a Romanian citizenship as well. And I was looking at the trade deal that the EU has with Canada. And one of the requirements for the deal to go through was free movement. And countries in Europe had the right to veto the deal unless Canada opened the borders.
Well, it was, and it took 7 years. I think 7 years, and it almost got blown out of the water by the Walloonies.
Well, yeah, and also compare the size of Canada with the size of the UK.
Well, are you talking about actual square footage or the number of people who live there?
Square footage,
right.
population,
well, it's huge.
Production also. And we're looking at what Canada has to offer, what Canada was willing to sacrifice in order to get that deal with the EU, and what the EU will expect from Britain. So I think the reason why we have to pay all that money to the EU is because the EU knows that we need that deal.
Yeah, this notion that they need us more than we need them, I mean, you'd have to be off your chump to believe that. I mean,
exactly.
Which part of that even sounds plausible? 50% of what we export goes to the EU. Something like 4 or 5% of what the EU exports comes to us. Which part of that sounds like an even balance?
We're not Russia. If we were Russia, I would say, yeah, the EU needs us. But we're not.
What, the gas, you mean?
Yeah, gas. All the resources that Russia has, they have something to offer for us.
I don't think the EU. I don't think the EU needs Russia more than Russia needs the EU.
Well, no. I was just saying.
I think that's one of the reasons that Brexit exists at all, is that Vladimir Putin seems bent on fomenting discord around the rest of the world in order to cement Russia's place at the top table.
Yeah. Well, he was very pleased with Barcelona and everything that happened there. So I'm pretty sure he's happy about Brexit as well, and he's looking forward to March 2019 to toast with all his friends.
What happened in Barcelona?
Oh, you know, all the riots and Barcelona trying to be independent.
Oh.
Spain.
Well, if that's part of his little scheme as well, everything is going tremendously well. What with Brexit and you know who.
You are going to love President Trump.
Yeah, he must be beside himself. He's delighted.
And also, I just want to add one more thing. I think Boris Johnson, something happened to him because he's confused right now. You know, the deal with the stadium and West Ham.
Yeah.
So, according to what I was reading yesterday or the day before, so London has to pay £20 million a year for the upkeep of the stadium, and they get 2.5 million
back
in return from West Ham.
What an excellent deal.
Now, but with the EU, it was £350 million a week, and I'm sure we were getting over £100 million back in the project.
But it wasn't £350 million a week. Even that figure was a lie, because it's like I said, it may have been gross, but we got the rebate that Margaret Thatcher negotiated. So it wasn't £350 million. It was a week. It was £100 million less than that, which sounds like a lot of money, but not compared to the amount of tax that the government takes in, which is £2 billion a day.
Yeah, but we'll look at what they say. Yeah, 350 million. Okay, we'll go with that. So 350 million we pay, 100 we get back. I think the percentage that we get back is much, much better than what we get back from the stadium. So it's a much better deal with the EU.
Right. Okay. Plus, you don't have to, and I don't mean any offence by this, watch West Ham.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot, Alec. I'm no supporter of any individual team, but no offence to West Hammers. I'd rather be watching Man City. Dagenham. Hello, Pat.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Pat.
I just want to say quickly, I think your programme is absolutely amazing.
What, like science fiction, you mean?
Yeah, like science.
It's amazing.
Yowza.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Thanks, Pat.
It's very, very good, and the way you cope with staff people.
Oh, well, I'm trying to cope. Yeah, every now and again I want to flip my lid, but I'm keeping it together.
But that first person that came on, he was absolutely ridiculous, absolutely stupid.
Well, the EU are fascists because they're trying to kill doner kebabs.
Yeah, well, of course. And I just think that leaving the EU is totally wrong. We can see it's wrong, and we got the Irish border as well now.
Oh God, well, I haven't even started on that yet. That's so confusing. It's my mind is bent just contemplating it.
Yeah, I know. But the thing is that people, the Brexiteers, are so adamant.
That's why I knew that Brexit would win the referendum. And I said it before, and I knew it, and I've said it several times afterwards. The reason that I knew it is because the people who voted out were one-issue obsessives. It was the most important thing in their life to get out of the EU, because they had been persuaded by liars that it was going to be their salvation, that their lives were going to be turned around and the grass was going to be greener, and etc. and so on. They were lied to about that. But because they were so desperate, they bought into that lie. And it became the most important thing in their life. But people who didn't want to leave the EU, who wanted to stay in, they had other things. They weren't that obsessed about it, and so they didn't go out in as a greater percentage. So it seemed obvious to me that we were going to leave.
Yeah, well, I think it's sad, and those people, a lot of them, wanted to vote leave because they didn't like immigrants. My friend voted leave.
What's odd is that the larger the percentage of the people that voted out came from places where there aren't any immigrants.
I know.
I guess it's not so strange. It's the fear of the unknown. If you're faced with people who are other than yourself, then your fear of them diminishes, because there they are. They're just ordinary people, and they walk and talk and squawk just like ordinary people. But if you don't meet them, then it's the fear of the unknown. And that seems to be partly what has happened there, because the vote was strongest in places where there aren't any immigrants. And yet the fear was greater.
The reason that they voted out in those places is because Farage pushed and pushed and pushed. Can't stand the bloody bloke. Farage pushed and told people we needed to close our borders. We needed to get to the immigrant.
Now, if he has half a brain, he would know that we can't close our borders, and we need immigrants to come in and do all the jobs that we don't want to do. And we're not talking about highly skilled people. I mean, we need them right enough, but it's the unskilled people that make the country tick over.
Yeah, and the farmers have lost their money from the EU. The fishing industry's lost their money from the EU. Not just that, we used to get a lot of help for other. Excuse me.
Are you all right, Pat?
Oh, Yeah, it's all right. I'm choking.
Oh, you're not getting emotional, are you?
Yeah, I am. I'm going to cry in a minute.
No, don't do that. Everything will work out fine-ish. I mean, the country's not going to burst into flames, flip upside down and sink. It will still be Britain. Nobody will really notice. It'll just be that we'll be a bit poorer, I expect, and there'll be more unemployment, I expect, and our future will be less rosy, I expect, but we won't notice it because there won't be an identical country that stayed in the EU to compare ourselves with.
Yeah. I've got a Lithuanian family next door on one side. The other side, I've got a Polish girl, and they're lovely. They're absolutely lovely, and they're moving back to Lithuania.
Is that right?
An English person coming in, I'm going to make them leave. Horrible to them, they want to move out.
Well, don't be a nasty neighbour, Pat. Everybody needs good neighbours.
Yeah, I know.
Just as long as they don't bring one of those yappy dogs with them. Because that is just beyond the pale. Nobody who lives in a town should be allowed to own a dog. That's correct, isn't it, Pat?
I adore dogs. I've always had dogs, but now I've got a little bit too old to have dogs.
Yeah. Good thing too. And your neighbours are thrilled with that position.
They're lovely.
Yeah.
Anyway, get the paper called the European. Have you heard of it?
The newspaper called the European, the New European. Is it the New European or the European? One of the two. There's a couple of them, yeah.
Yeah, it's very, very good. We've just got one. I get one every week, and yeah. Well, we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen, won't we?
Well, that's right. There's nothing to be done, and it's all going to come to a head on Monday. Isn't it exciting?
I know. Everything's going to happen then.
Everything seems to be all coming to a head at the same time. I think the entire world is about to go pop.
And not just that, Europe is one of the biggest trading nations in the world.
It's the biggest trading bloc on Earth, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, and like I keep saying, it's right there. You could shoot that far. You could probably see it from Dagenham on a clear day, Pat.
That's right. Yeah, I'll go down to the Thames and have a look.
Oh, well, hold your nose when you get there, eh?
I don't know. Not very good sight anyway, so...
All right. Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Pat. Cheers, my dear.
Thanks.
Ta-da. What a nice lady. I'll restate my case. Nobody who lives in a built-up area should be allowed to own a dog. That is actually true. I can't believe that we're allowed to own... see, dogs don't want to be owned by somebody in a built-up area. Dogs want to run and run and run through fields and forests and, over hill and dale. That's what dogs want to do. They don't want to get dragged down around some concrete hellhole to pee on a car. That's not what dogs want. Animal cruelty is no humps in our road. So this is all coming to a head on Monday. Mrs. M is probably going to show up to see Jean-Claude of the EU in some dour and reserved footwear, and not the tiger print kitten heels that she normally sports. What's a kitten heel, anyway? I bet my glamorous assistant knows what a kitten heel is. What's a kitten heel?
It's a sort of very tiny stiletto.
A tiny stiletto?
Correct.
Right. And what's a sling bag?
Where it's got just sort of one strap around the back so that your heel is on show.
One strap around the back so that your heel is on show?
Disgusting.
Yeah. Right. Have you gone out and bought one of Meghan Sparkle's handbags yet?
I haven't quite managed it yet.
Right.
It is on my to-do list, obviously.
Okay, excellent. Oh, God, I am so sick of Meghan Sparkle already. Her and her Hazza, who cares? Anyway, back to this. Camden, hello, Mohammed.
Hey, good evening, Nick. Big fan of your show, and you.
Oh, thanks.
I agree with you. The Meghan stuff is kind of boring.
Excruciating, yeah.
But no, what I wanted to call it up, and maybe I'm being a bit harsh, but it's got to the point now, I'm very pro-Remain, and, I've lived and travelled around Europe as a consultant, Germany, Ireland, where I worked, and I guess for me, majority of the Brexit voters, when I've heard them speak, whether it's on social media...
Here we go. Grip onto something firm. This is about to get offensive. Yes.
It's always been highly offensive about foreign nationals and totally disregarding, exactly as you said, and sorry if I'm repeating what you've already said, but, you know, the kind of jobs, like, for example, in constructions that they do, and where would we be without them? You know, construction workers are really important. The sector really needs those Eastern European workers, whether it's the NHS. 2 years ago when I was in hospital, it was Portuguese and Italian nurses that were attending to me, and I just think to myself, oh my God, like, what do these people have no appreciation for what Europeans are doing? They come here fit, healthy, no problem. And I'll be honest with you, Nick, I almost feel like saying every foreign doctor, they should not treat anyone who voted Brexit and see how they feel.
Well, here's the thing. It's like men leave the house and then they come back and the entire house is in order and the children have been fed and the clothes have been done and the windows washed and you know, and all of the rest of it, and the vacuuming done, and it seems like it just happens, like it's done by magic. But if women stopped doing all that stuff, then the men would notice that it isn't. It doesn't just happen that way. There's an enormous amount of effort involved doing all of that. And it's the same. It's the same thing with European Union workers. If they all downed tools and stopped for the day, then we'd be begging them to stay.
Absolutely. And Nick, the other big thing that people don't seem to want to explore, and people like Nigel Farage and other Brexit, I just find him so incompetent, especially that guy full of hot hair, Davis. I find him so pompous, and it's like he keeps laughing as though he knows what he's talking about, and he doesn't. And my European friends, they say to me they find him so dopey, and he is. Several months ago he said, oh, they're talking about 40 billion, 50 billion, they're made up from thin air. Well, guess what? We're looking at paying that much now. He doesn't know anything, and yet he's kept his job. It's an insult.
I think that whenever a politician says something on this issue, whenever a member of the government says something about the EU, as though they are directing their remarks to the EU, they're not. Yeah. They're actually directing their remarks to us. It's like any British politician that goes abroad and talks to a foreign audience. They're not actually talking to the foreign audience. They are communicating messages to us. And so when they say that, the EU isn't paying attention to what they say. You know, Boris Johnson says they can go and whistle, and David Davis shows up without his homework, and you know all the rest of this silliness that goes on. They're trying to communicate to us that everything is okay, that we're actually going to leave, that we don't need the EU, that we've got this all under control, that we're not going to be paying them anything at all, and blah blah blah. Whereas the EU know that that's not the case, and they're not really paying attention to it very much.
Because they're dealing with facts. And can I tell you the other thing that makes me cringe so much is when Theresa May went to India and she said, you know, what can we do to encourage trade? And they said, well, we want more of our students in your country.
Yeah.
So it's back to immigration.
Exactly.
So I'm sorry, it's just not going to work out in that.
Well, yeah, I've said that before. I very much doubt. Now, I could be wrong, but correct me if this is not right. I doubt that the people who voted out of the EU because they didn't like the thought of white Europeans surrounding them in this country, I very much doubt that they would want to swap that for Indians or people from Jamaica or wherever it might, or people from the Commonwealth, Africa.
With our ethnic spelling food, absolutely.
So, you know,
can I make one last
point? Yes, and in closing.
And in closing. So, again, another factor why Nigel Farage and co make me cringe is he was all over Donald Trump and said how we're number one with Donald Trump when it comes to trade. I'm sorry, but Donald's now only interested in the EU because Merkel told him we work as a, you know, he kept trying to do a trade deal with Germany. She kept, no, we work as a EU. And I'm thinking, where are you now, Farage? Where's your friendship now? It doesn't, you know, whatever you say about Trump, and he's a vile troll, he's caring about his own country in that respect.
Well, I'm not sure that's correct. I think Donald Trump cares about Donald Trump, and that is the end of what he cares about. And if we are so desperate as to try to ingratiate ourselves with that egomaniacal psychopath in the White House, then we are in much more trouble than we actually realise. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Mohammed. And what a story that is. It was the top of the news in a couple of bulletins now. And you should take this on board, because it's as the demographics of the people that voted out were, by and large, from the poorer end of society. Not all of them, of course, but that was it skewed poor, the demographics who voted out. The Prime Minister has been dealt a blow after everyone on a government panel aiming to help people from less privileged backgrounds quit over policy failures. The head of the Social Mobility Commission said that Theresa May is too fixated on Brexit to improve the prospects of those from less privileged backgrounds. Those people who voted for Brexit. It's as though the country was given a gun and we decided that the first thing we'd like to do with it is shoot ourselves in the foot. I mean, if it weren't so desperately sad, it would be, well, you know what, I could be appalled. I've decided to be amused. Sittingbourne. Hello, Martin.
Hello there, good evening to you. I have a question, and it's been on my mind since everyone's talking about this free trade. Why can't we go to each of the individual countries in Europe and just say to them, we're going to have a free trade deal with you. It's free this way and free coming back to us.
Is that your question?
Yeah, it's a question. I don't know anyone who I haven't asked the question to anyone, but it seems to make a bit of sense.
Well, it would if they weren't in a trading bloc that negotiates deals as a bloc. That's the whole point of the EU.
But are they not allowed to trade outside of Europe with other countries?
Well, but yes, but they make a decision as a trading bloc, not as individual countries. That's the whole point.
Right. Well, can't Europe... No, I was going to say, why can't Europe just make an exception, but they're just not going to, are they?
Well, it's not really in their interests to.
No. Doesn't sound good, does it?
Well, if that's the conclusion you've come to, Martin, I'm not going to disagree. Can
we go back?
Can we go back in time? Well, if somebody had invented a time machine, or if somebody will invent a time machine, we'd know about it already.
Well, if I remember, you was the one that actually came up and said that the vote wasn't actually cast in stone about a year and a bit ago.
Yeah, it's actually a suggestion. It didn't become law. It was a suggestion on the part of people that were persuaded by oily snake oil salesmen with dodgy Russian money that voting for something that was almost certainly bad for us is going to be good for us. Doesn't it strike you as a little odd that the people that were behind the vote out were all so totally of the establishment? They couldn't be more of the establishment if they actually had premises on Savile Row. Millionaires and billionaires. Doesn't that strike you as odd that those were suddenly the friends of the little people, and they were concerned about the working man in the street? I mean, come off it. Billionaires don't care about you. Anyway, and that doesn't even begin to mention the Russian angle. Vlad the Insane, he must be laughing so hard he can barely go to sleep. I bet he wakes up laughing. Here, Martin, thanks a lot, mate. So this is all coming to a head on Monday. Mrs M and Jean-Claude of the EU are having a chit-chat Monday to see how far we've come. And now we know that the EU is looking at a punishment clause.
Oh, no.
Yes. A punishment clause in any future trade deal, which is going to allow Brussels to slap tariffs on our key British exports if we seek to gain a commercial advantage by lowering regulatory standards, which is what we've said we'll do. The geniuses that are negotiating our way out of the EU said, "Psst, what we're going to do is don't tell anybody, but we're going to lower the standards and the regulations, and then we're going to sell them our stuff cheaper than they can make it. But don't tell anyone." And the stupidity is mind-boggling. They actually wrote that down, and it was promptly leaked. And the EU said, aha, well, we're going to we're going to skewer your little scheme and head you off at the pass. Oh. We really are being led by dopes. It's just the stuff that's happening now. I've never seen anything like it in my life. It's like clowns at the circus. Laurel and Hardy would be more organised. So I'll come to that in a minute. And it really is. It's all happening at the same time. The Donald Trump thing, everybody's going to... wouldn't it be fantastic if Jared Kushner was in jail by Christmas? That would be epic. Put him in jail, build a wall around him.
I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall. I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall.
Yeah, exactly. So this Monday is that EU crunch talk. That's when we're going to hand over that cheque. It's an open cheque. They get to just write the amount that they think that they would like us to pay to continue to trade freely with them. And we won't even get anything for that cheque immediately. That's just for them to start talking to us. That's how desperate we are. God, it's excruciating. But at least we've got our country back.
Would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Yes, it's about the newsgasm that is coming our way next week. Because Mrs M and Jean-Claude of the EU having a chit-chat Monday to see, what's in the air. Sniff the air and see what we can divine. The Guardian says, in a move that would torpedo the post-Brexit plans of the British Cabinet's key Brexiteers, any significant attempts by Whitehall to lower regulatory costs to British businesses in one part of the economy could be met by tariffs from Brussels in the other.
Oh, no.
An attempt to grab a larger share of the world market in aluminium, for instance, by loosening regulation and reducing production costs in the UK, could provoke a punitive tariff on British beef. Thousands of jobs rely on British beef. So it's just staggering, this. In a leaked letter to the Prime Minister last month, key pro-Brexit ministers Michael Gove and Bozo of the FO suggested that the UK could overhaul regulations in some sectors after leaving the bloc to give the UK big advantages over EU members. They're not very good at this, are they?
No.
No, not really. They're like a bunch of schoolboys sniggering about plots behind the bike shed. They actually wrote that down on a piece of paper about how to screw over the EU, the people that we are negotiating with, and then they did the equivalent of throwing it into the street. It got leaked. Is anybody surprised about that? But, Boris Johnson has never been accused of being that bright.
No one said that IQ is the only measure
So, I mean, if that was going to be their plan, you would think that they wouldn't write it down. But they did, and now everybody knows about it, including the EU. The EU intends to ensure that there are heavy constraints on any attempt by the British government to diverge from the current regulatory system in any free trade deal. In other words, we will still be beholden and ruled and regulated by the EU. We won't be able to change the regulations. There won't be a bonfire of regulations and red tape. We'll still have to do exactly what they say in order to get a free trade deal. Because if we don't, they'll be able to punish us. They'll be able to wipe out whole industries if we try to screw them over like that. The Shadow Trade Secretary Barry Gardiner said the EU think the UK is likely to produce a deregulatory race to the bottom. Well, Theresa May's already said that about turning the UK into a tax haven if we don't like the deal that the EU gives us. You know, she was strutting about, giving it the big I am, playing tough guy. A tax haven, like we aren't a method for the super rich to avoid paying tax as it is. And the problem with tax havens, of course, is that wealth that flows through them isn't enjoyed by the people living in them. It's like water which doesn't touch the side of the bath before the plug is pulled and it all drains away. As a tax haven, we could be under a waterfall of money and not get wet. So our little scheme to exit the EU, tear up all the regulations, flog our stuff cheap to undercut the EU, and now they know about it. well, they probably guessed that beforehand. They didn't need to read it on a piece of paper that got leaked. It's like they're playing chess and we're playing checkers. And so naturally the EU wants to protect its markets from foreign firms entering with goods that don't come up to the standard that they demand from their own European companies. That's the whole point of the bloc. And any level of tariffs, say we all went to a WTO rules, World Trade Organization, but that doesn't limit the EU's ability to slap huge tariffs on the things that we sell. Like if we, like in the aluminium and beef thing, for instance, if we reduced the regulations on producing aluminium, we sold them a lot of that cheaply, they could put 59% as a tax on the price of British beef, for instance. They could and there goes the farm. So we'll be tied to the EU rules on everything that we want to sell to them, without any say on what those rules are. Apparently, it's called the primacy of Parliament. It's called getting our country back. Hurrah for Brexit. Musa, Ealing.
Yeah, hi Nick, good evening.
How you doing?
Yeah, I was listening to you earlier and you said the statistic with regards to the largest percentage of the people who voted for Brexit are from lower income thresholds.
Mm-hmm.
You see, I think that's the point that you don't get. I think that's the reason why they voted Brexit, because they don't have any, they feel like they don't have any stake in society. So if it goes bellies up like look like it's gonna go, they're not losing anything. So the only people who are actually benefiting from Brexit is the people who are in a higher class threshold, because they're the people who, once we leave the European Union, they'll be able to coerce, cajole, influence, quote unquote, the British government of the day to pass certain policies that's favourable to them. And the real people who are going to suffer are the middle class. And the reason being is because they're the ones who actually have assets, who own shares, who own things that, because of the fluctuation of the instability of the situation in the United Kingdom, they'll be hard affected. So I think it's a mixture of the upper class looking to cajole the lower class, not losing everything, and it's a perfect storm.
Well, I think that's completely correct. It's the people who pay and pay and pay, and the ones that paid for the financial crash, and the ones that that are going to be paying most from Brexit are the ones that can afford it the least. The people in the middle, the very, very poor, they have done, we are told, relatively well since the financial crash. But the percentage of the increase in their income may be relatively large, but the actual monetary amount is small. I mean, if you earn £10 a day and you got a 10% increase, you'd have a whole extra £1.
Yeah.
Now, a 10% increase sounds like a relatively large amount, but £1 ain't going to make no difference to your life.
But
So
coupled with that, the fact that you're not paying tax, the tax threshold has gone up.
Yes.
So that you're not going to pay tax.
Precisely.
Plus the fact that if you do not earn enough money, you get assistance from the government.
Yeah, exactly right. So, in a nutshell, the poor will continue to be poor, even though they've been persuaded that they will not be poor. They will, life is going to be better for them somehow. I don't know why they believe that, but apparently they bought into that notion. Millionaires and billionaires persuaded the poor that their lives will be improved if they voted out. That is not going to happen. If you're poor now, you will continue to be poor. The rich, of course, will continue to be rich and will probably get ever more spectacularly rich by and large. It is the people in the middle, the ones that can afford it the least, us poor dopes who pay taxes, who are going to be screwed over again. Yes.
So you got to hand it to, one final thing before I go, you got to hand it to the Conservative Party, because they had this division for over a period of 25 years, and they managed to shift that division from the internal Conservative Party to the public at large. But that division is a serious division where it's affecting the social cohesion of the country. It's reaching to the point of Brexit remoaners. I mean, it's reaching to a point where nobody's willing to listen to logic. They're only willing to listen to their points of view and people who are looking to reinforce their point of view. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah,
it's
well,
really
absolutely. Nobody's prepared to listen to a single solitary fact or a new piece of information that does not correspond to the decision that they have already made based on no information of any kind whatsoever.
But
And you'd think that who benefits the most from this? And it's... You know, Time magazine, if they don't put Vladimir Putin on the front cover as their person of the year, then they will have seriously missed a trick here. Because it's got to be Vlad. He's the one that benefits by this country and by extension Europe and America all fighting internally amongst ourselves, not accepting any facts or pieces of proven information, just having decided already that black is white and white is black. By contrast, he looks like the world's greatest statesman, and Russia the most stable country.
He's a great guy. He's a good guy. He's a good person.
What has been shown is that there's been no collusion. That's not what's been shown, Donny, at all. That is the opposite of what has been shown. Still trying to sell that snake oil. So that's incredible. The Prime Minister, her own government panel, aiming to help people from less privileged backgrounds, the entire panel has quit because they don't believe that she has any. There's no movement in that regard. It's like another one of these. I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that. It seems to be the way of British governments. All they have to do is say they're going to do something, and then people sit back and go, oh, well, thank goodness that's been taken care of. Saying you're going to do something obviates the need to actually do it. Mick Clegg's been on Twitter. He says, when I set up the Social Mobility Commission, I told Alan Milburn that his job was to tell truth to power. Looks like this government doesn't want to listen. His resignation is a huge setback to the social mobility cause. This Brexit-fixated government should be ashamed of itself. You remember Nick Clegg, don't you?
No.
Yeah, he was a big thing with the Lib Dems. The Lib Dems. You remember the Lib Dems, don't you?
No.
Oh, well. It's not your fault, Nick. It's all your fault. I bet if Jeremy Corbyn was in power... I suppose you think that this makes me a socialist or communist to say this, but I bet if Jeremy Corbyn was in power, then the entire panel from the Social Mobility Commission wouldn't have just upped sticks and left. Because I suspect that when he says that he wants to improve the lot of the little people, he actually means it. What a concept. Highgate, hello, Roger.
Hi. I'm just saying that just about everything you've said is right. The way, most of the people at least 20% of the people who voted to leave had no idea what they were voting for, as you said. They thought it's controlling the borders, getting the immigration down to the figures that Cameron promised, all these sort of things, down 350 million quid for the NHS. That's the sort of thing, it was just on those superficial points that they voted. They had nearly no idea. But the way I look at it is it's almost as if the EU, the financial structure of the EU is like a maid's milking stool, 3 legs, France, Germany and the UK. You take away one of those legs, and imagine the other countries in the EU are like a pile of books on top of the stool. You take one of the legs away and the whole thing collapses. So we're effectively paying 89 million on your figures to replace
not
that
million,
stool.
billion.
89 billion to replace that leg of the stool.
Well, it would buy you a pretty good leg.
Well, yeah, but if you look at the structure of the EU, it's the German banks, the French banks, and the British banks that are the most respected financial structures. The Bank of England, for example, is considered a great structure. Take us away from that and replace it with these Eastern European countries who are really there to get money out, not to put money in. That's why, and I actually think that there's a very good chance that you're absolutely right. This whole thing will effectively collapse because the terms will never be agreed.
What whole thing will collapse?
No, I think we'll end up not. It'll be like you said. We will leave in name, but we won't leave. It's like saying I don't want my name on the list of members of Annabelle's, but I want to carry on using the bar for the next 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
and I'll pay you 89 million.
I'll pay
billion
the
to,
exact same amount that we were going to pay.
I don't mind. I don't want to be on the list of members, but I want to carry on using the bar.
Exactly.
You know, it's.
I think that's the government's problem, is they're going to have to sell it to us that we have left the EU without actually leaving the EU.
Exactly. Absolutely, exactly. And there's another point that people forget. You look at car sales. We've had the boom, the so-called boom we've had in our economy in the last few years has mainly been consumer-led and services.
Yeah, exactly.
Now we've got the highest personal national unsecured debt of about £13,000 per head. So these low interests have allowed people to buy and consume money. Okay, so we've got this growth, this economic growth has been largely consumer-led, and as a result of lower interest rates. Now, that's not going to happen. And if people like Corbyn say they're going to borrow 250 billion, really? Who from? You know, you've got an inflation rate of 3%, and you've got interest rates of 0.5%. Who's actually going to lend you 250 billion? Germany?
Well, I don't think the government is going to have any problem for borrowing money from, selling bonds or whatever, however it is that governments get money, because we're a relatively safe bet. It's just that we already owe £1 trillion. £1 trillion. This is a number so big I didn't even know what it is.
Okay, let me tell you. Yeah, let me tell you one interesting thing. In 1915, the British government raised £3 billion for the war effort, and they issued a stock called War Loan 5%. So interest rates in 1915, 100 years ago, were 5%. Chamberlain restructured that bond in 1932, but we still had about 2 billion of it outstanding. Okay, so if the difference between 1915 values and now is 65 times. So if you take that 3 billion, it means we raised about 190 billion in today's money to finance the war effort. And do you know the post offices and the banks stayed open until midnight to sell these bonds to Joe Public because it was patriotism, patriotic feelings. You had these big posters up, help the war effort.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just so, if you had a housing bond, so let's say that the government ring-fenced a housing bond of say 20 billion, which they can borrow, but it's totally ring-fenced for housing. The rental income and so on would service that debt. Okay, it wouldn't be mixed up with all other government costs and interest and so on. And you might get the patriotic people to say, okay, well, I'll invest in that because you're secured by the properties that you build, and you get some sort of income on it from the rental income, and then the government can give subsidies and so on to those people who aren't due to pay rents or whatever, There's that. I worked in the city all my life. I was there in the big crash of 72.5. So I've had a bit of experience in this, and the trouble is that there are no ministers. We've got no statesmen nowadays. We've got the shallowest group of politicians I can ever remember. No statesmen. So there's nobody with any kind of financial nous who would understand how to structure these kind of things.
Well, I'm not sure that they would, even if they could, because, I mean, take Lloyds, for instance. The government could have offered the public shares in Lloyds, in the manner that they sold off British Gas and all of the other silver in the cutlery drawer. But they didn't. They could have done us a favour, but they didn't. They just dribbled it out to the usual financial institutions who bought it at what I'm sure they will think was a bargain. So they did them a favour. They could have done us a favour. I don't think the government is remotely interested in the people.
No. But certainly, the Germans and the French don't want us to leave, and they'll put... this DUP thing, they could wreck it.
I know. It's all. Ireland is going to have the veto on whether this actually happens or not. God, how's the snap election working out for you, Mrs. M?
Oh, fabulous!
It is. It's what a comical position we find ourselves in. Good talking to you, Roger. Thanks for that. Go on. Go ahead. Yep.
As I said earlier, that there's been a boom in consumer spending. A lot of that money starts off going into car sales. Car sales have now been falling for 6 months, but this new technique, you see every other advert on TV, is to lease a car.
Yes, exactly. People aren't buying. It's all credit. It's the slight boom that we've just had is all in services, as you say, which represents 80% of the economy, and it's all on credit. We're just racking it up on the credit cards.
But Ian, the point I wanted to make is, if you listen carefully to those adverts and the documentation for these leasing arrangements, the VAT on the transaction is payable up front. So the government get the tax revenue of all these leasing arrangements up front. And you've got people like Mercedes and BMWs and Audi. People are buying on leasing. And the finance is coming off them from German banks, for example. You know, BMW finance, Mercedes finance, Audi finance for these leasing arrangements. They're being financed by foreign banks. What happens when we leave? And these German banks are exposed to a huge amount of effectively unsecured debt secured on a whole lot of cars.
Yeah. And I did wonder for a long while, because my car's 20 years old. It's 20 years old.
Yeah.
And I just wondered, who are all of these people with these brand new Mercedes and those BMWs and these, Range Rovers and all the rest of it? How can everybody else be richer than me?
They're leasing them.
And they said, that's exactly right. I didn't realise it at the time, but they haven't bought them. Those cars aren't theirs.
You can lease a Mercedes for £300 a month or something, you know, and that's it. So 2 years it will depreciate more than £7,600 or £7,200, whatever it is, you know. So you don't buy it, just lease it. But you have to pay the VAT.
They say that it's the boom in car purchase or leasing, as you say, is going to be the cause of the next crash. The last one was on housing stock. And the difference is that housing doesn't tend to lose its value by 50% the moment you put the key in the lock, whereas cars, as soon as you drive it off the showroom forecourt, you've just lost a third of its value.
Absolutely right.
Roger, I'm going to have to leave it there, but thanks for that. Here is a call in Deal in Kent. Hello, Barry.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Good. Love your show. I'm not going to say any more.
Thanks.
Now, about the people that never voted in the referendum.
Oh, yeah.
Or 25-30%.
Yeah.
We never hear about them in any way. They're like, what they say, unpersons or something.
You're like ghosts.
Yeah. And when, just after the referendum, people say, well, they never bothered to vote, you know, this, that, and the other. But they're actually looking a little bit more sensible now.
Well, the people that didn't vote, they're the only ones that made sense. Well, I suppose there's something to be said for that, because nobody was really in possession of the facts. We couldn't make our mind up based on the facts that were presented to us, because most of them were lies. So maybe the only sensible thing to do was not vote.
That's it. I thought, they're too lazy to get themselves down to the voting booth or something. But I thought more and more, maybe there's them people, a lot of them anyway, were saying, actually, this is too complex.
Yeah.
I don't think I can vote for this at all. And they're ending up becoming the sensible mob, you know.
Maybe that was the only sensible choice, to not make a choice.
Yeah, it brings on to the other point, is that with the new information, like the 50 billion, we're putting on the table, whether the EC, they might well think, well, this is a good starting position. We're going from our position of, say, 150 billion or whatever it is, just, you know. But
well, if a woman if somebody came to you and prostrated themselves in front of you and gave you a check with 50 billion on it, saying please, we're begging you, then you'd think, well, okay, well, maybe we'll change that 50 and make it 60, or why not 70? Hell, let's make it 100.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the thing is that with these people now who didn't vote, they're seeing a lot more information, like we all are. You know, how it might well end up if we get our Brexit with the WTO and all that stuff, or if we make some deal with the EU, which was not going to be better. Because I'm actually thinking we might as well I voted out, but I'm a Remainer now, be honest with you, the way it's gone. And now, since I found out the economics...
Yes, well, we know a little bit more now than we did then, yes. There's no doubt about it. I didn't realise how bad it... You know, I bought the one about them Germans, they want to sell their cars, you know. Yeah.
I bought that one. I didn't buy the 350 bus thing, you know, because they're going to make journeys to get that money back now.
Yeah. I thought it was quite persuasive.
Yes, I agree. It was persuasive to a lot of people, but it wasn't to me. That's all. I could see through that one. Put it that way. My vote was emotional, and I probably didn't even think we was going to win. Really.
Well, the amount of times I've heard that from people
Well,
who
I
said,
know, I don't
I
wanna be-
voted out, but I didn't mean it."
Yeah, all right. I know. I'm punished myself enough on that.
Well, don't be too hard on yourself, Barry.
No, nobody has any sympathy for someone who changes their mind for some reason.
Well, no, but that's completely wrong, isn't it? I mean, that's the mark of a thinking person that changes their mind.
Well, I've got new facts. When I looked at what WTO was, and then I realised how much 40 billion or something to the EU we do with the exports, and then we've got the 60% of banking and services what we actually live on. That's not subject to WTO rules.
Exactly.
And anyway, a lot of that's going to go to Europe, isn't it? It's got to.
Well, it's gone. It's done that already.
It's all. Yes. I mean, what we
it's not
live
people in the city aren't going to, as one, up sticks and leave. They will just dribble slowly away. We probably won't notice it until a couple of years down the road when we think, "Wow, what's all this empty office space? How did that happen?"
Yeah.
Barry, I'm going to have to go, but thanks very much. I suspect that if in 3 months or so, when it becomes clear what is actually about to happen, and if we ask people again to what they think of, let's say this is what it looks like, that we're going to have to pay the EU £58 billion, we're still going to have to abide by EU rules with the things that we want to sell to them. We've been screwed over by the Americans because they know that we're desperate and there is no special relationship. They're not going to do us any special favours. If they can extract as much from us as they possibly can, they will. So we'll be in a more precarious position. We'll have to follow American rules about what we sell to them, and worse, what they sell to us. You know, the chlorinated chicken and the beef and all of the rest of that stuff that they can get away with in America that we have been protected from. Then I think people might think, well, you know, what's the point? It just seems a bit like things aren't going to change. There aren't going to be fewer foreigners because we'll still need them to run our NHS and our to clean up after us and work in the restaurant trade and so on. So we're still going to need them in. If they don't come from Europe, then they're going to have to come from India or Jamaica or Africa or somewhere. And people might think, well, I don't know. I've changed my mind. I suspect that they would. It was the all or nothing thing. Referendums are no good unless they are on easily understandable issues. And this is not easily understandable. It is the opposite of that. So we should never have been asked in the first place. We should be asked things like, you know, the Australians just had a do you agree with the gay marriage thing? I mean, you can easily understand that. You either are opposed to it or you think, well, I don't care. And then you vote accordingly. But this is too complicated. You got geniuses with minds the size of planets that can't get their head around this. We should never have been asked in the first place. I don't know, what idiot thought of this?
I think this is nonsense.
Oh yeah, I remember. Let's have a call in Epsom. Hello, Martin.
Hi, Nick.
Martin.
Just wanted to say my car's 15 years old and I love it.
15? Pa. I've got dirt on my car that's older than that.
It's not a competition, Nick. I just wanted to come to the defence of the Liberal Democrats.
Oh yes, I remember them.
I actually met Vince Cable the other night.
Uncle Vince.
He gave a talk at a Liberal Democrat meeting thing. Packed out the whole community hall and stuff. He basically reeled off all the points that you so eloquently make every week, which I love to listen to so much. And Chris Moyles, apparently, who mentioned you in his podcast this week. So maybe have a listen to that.
Okay. How you doing, Chris?
And yeah, essentially it's not Nick Clegg's fault that we were eviscerated. He wasn't. he didn't win the election, right? Not to mention, he didn't win the election. He was not Prime Minister, and he got 75% of his manifesto into government, into action.
I think he's
policy.
been given a hard deal, really. I mean, I know he promised something that he eventually couldn't deliver because he was the junior member of a coalition government, but, I mean, we've just cast him aside and put him in the same hate category as Tony Blair, and I don't think that is entirely justified. People hear Nick Clegg's name and they immediately go...
Now, I actually asked Vince this question. I said to him, how are you going to re-engage young voters, especially university people? And
Sounds like an insult about his age to me, but anyway, go ahead.
No, he took it very, very well.
Maybe you didn't hear what you said. What's that, young man?
He had one of those big funnels that he used. No. And he said that he was actually in charge of making that decision of raising the tuition fees. And apparently one of the civil servants whispered to him, saying, take it out the schools and the colleges. No one will notice. And then, right. And he said no. And what you'll find is in Scotland, that lovely area with all the hills and the rain and that, where you can still go to uni for
free,
for either nothing or very, very little, is because they've taken it out of schools and colleges, and apparently that education sector has gone to pot. Because
is that true?
Yes, and this civil servant said to him, take it out of schools and colleges, because they had to save 25% of the budget and leave it in the unis, because the unis will make a big stink out of it. They'll make a big fuss, and lo and behold, they did. And he said no. He said that, a student tax, which I think is a good idea, is...
Do you?
Yeah, I think... I mean...
Are you a student?
I was until...
was.
But I now have a grad job, and I don't earn anywhere near enough to pay that extra tax. But I will do soon, hopefully.
But you paid for your education. It cost you $9,000 a term.
It cost Student Finance England $9,000 a term, and I will then repay that as it goes. But I'd also like to say, I don't think... So let's say Corbyn wins the next election, which isn't too far-fetched. And let's say he does eradicate all student fees, right? Not the ones outstanding. Let's just go, let's not go totally nuts here. but let's say he just makes uni free. Now, I agree with him. I think the NHS needs more money. Surely, what is it, like another 50 billion? It's basically the exact same Brexit bill, the exact same amount of money that he would need per year to pay those university fees for the kids. So I would say surely that money's better invested in the NHS, police, the fire.
Well, perhaps. I think two things have got to happen. I think that people are... I read, I can't remember who it was, but they were saying that, thank goodness for student university fees, because more people are now going to university than they used to when it was free. And that's true. But I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. I think that a lot of people are going to university and studying things that are not beneficial to either themselves or society in general. What did you study?
I did German with journalism. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I know you're a psychologist.
Well, I'm not. I studied psychology, but that doesn't mean to say I know anything about the subject.
I mean, there are some people that would say it's not even a real science, but then this isn't.
No, well, I wouldn't claim that either. I mean, there is debate about whether psychology... I mean, there's elements of psychology that could pass as science, but I wouldn't say that all of it was. It's a social science.
Can I just point out, by the way, another thing about why I'm a Lib Dem, in that Labour are pursuing the same Brexit policy as the Tories, and you can well say that it's David Cameron's fault that we had the referendum, but Ed Miliband had a referendum in his manifesto as well. So, you can't exactly lay it all... I'm no Tory, but you can't lay it all at the Tories' feet. Labour just voted out of the customs union. I mean, that's not opposition, is it?
I don't think that saying that one party is in confusion, therefore it makes another party look better. I think it just means that they're all unfit to govern.
No, they are, absolutely. And I find that the entire Labour front bench voting to leave the customs union isn't going to generate enough money for Jeremy Corbyn's Better Britain. Now isn't the time to be sort of shelling out loads of money for, well, I mean, unless you obviously tax the rich, which would obviously, if you get the 6 trillion offshore.
Well, that is part of his plan. Yeah, I mean, well, somebody's got to do it. I mean, I know that people dismiss such notions and that's just socialism. That's pie in the sky nonsense. But you know what? The people, the human species, us lot, are being screwed over by a vanishingly small number of people who seem to be draining the wealth from society and putting it in on a computer screen somewhere where it does absolutely no good to anyone whatsoever. A £1 trillion is held doing nothing offshore. Now, this was money that used to be swirling around our society, and this is why the police now say that they don't have enough money to show up and prosecute shoplifters, and they don't have enough officers to come round to your house if it's been burgled, and they don't do car crime anymore, and the NHS is cancelling your hip operation, and they can't save your sight anymore because the injections cost too much. It all has a direct effect on our lives, but when somebody suggests tackling it, it's almost as though we've been hypnotised into believing that that the status quo is actually good for us when it patently isn't. Martin, it's been a pleasure talking to you, but I've got to go because I'm past a break. But thanks for that. So that news item about the Prime Minister's panel, it's the Social Mobility Commission, aiming to help people from a less privileged background, they all just quit. Because they can't see that the government actually has any policies in that regard, other than saying that they're going to help those people from a less privileged background. A government for the many, all of that stuff. Right. They said that Theresa May is too fixated on Brexit to improve the prospects of those from less privileged backgrounds. And I just think, I mean, I'm no dyed-in-the-wool Labour supporter. I didn't vote for Labour in at least the last 3 elections that I can think of. And I'm not sure that Jeremy Corbyn would be the man to lead this country out of the mire that it finds itself in. I don't know whether that's true. But I just think his heart would probably be in it more if he were in power to actually give the Social Mobility Commission some direction, to do something for those people from less privileged backgrounds. Whether he would actually achieve that or not, we could debate that until the end of time. But I think that his heart would be in it. He makes banks nervous, which makes me happy. Not happy, but happier. If only this country was less dependent on banks, whose business model is fraud. Morgan Stanley last month warned, not I'm saying that Morgan Stanley's business model is fraud, but overall, Morgan Stanley last month warned that political uncertainty in Britain was a bigger threat than Brexit for some domestic investors, given the risk of Jeremy Corbyn winning power and radically changing Britain's free market economy.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Well, he should change it, because our free market economy is not beneficial to 98% of the people that work in it. Jeremy Corbyn told Morgan Stanley that they're right to regard him as a threat, because he wants to transform what he casts as a rigged economy that profited speculators at the risk of ordinary people. He said bankers like Morgan Stanley should not run our country, but they think that they do. Well, I suspect that they not only think that they do, but they actually do. He said, so when they say we're a threat, they're right. We're a threat to a damaging and failed system that is rigged for the few. And that seems to be completely correct in every respect. I mean, they are, as Jezza has suggested, the villains behind the 2008 financial crisis. It's them what done it. And we've just been told that we are going to face 50 years of a stagnating economy because of it. But the people that caused it, of course, they won't have a stagnating income level at all. They've done fantastically well. I think since the financial crash happened, bankers in this country have awarded themselves £100 billion in bonuses on top of their salaries for a job well done. £100 billion. In a note to clients last month, Morgan Stanley's chief European equities strategist wrote, "We could see the biggest shake-up in the political backdrop since the 70s. This is much more scary from an equity perspective than Brexit." They're frightened of you, Jezza. It's good. I think it's good that they're frightened of somebody. I just think it's bad that we have hitched our cart to their horse, that we are inextricably tied to them. Yeah, looking at the back end of that horse is getting tiring. The bank said the double whammy of Brexit and a Labour government together could prove toxic for UK stock markets, with the bank's full-blown bear case, as in the worst-case scenario, leading to an economic recession and a 32% crash in the FTSE 100 index by 2019. Wow! Well, who's engaging in Project Fear now? And what are the banking rackets so scared of, I wonder? Because here are some of Jezza's manifesto pledges. Which one do you think that they're most concerned about? Could it be the launch of a German-style national investment bank to deliver £250 billion of lending power? Well, there's a lot of interest that they won't be getting back. High street banks barred from shutting branches if there is a local need. That seems like I don't know. I think we can discount that one. How about excessive pay levy on businesses which pay salaries of very high sums? Yeah, probably concerned about that. I bet they're apoplectic about this one. Maximum pay ratios of 20-1 in the public sector and for companies bidding for public contracts. In other words, if you want to bid for some of those juicy, fat government contracts, the wealthiest person in your organisation can only be paid 20 times the average wage in your organisation. Now, it used to be that was the norm. Not very long ago, the 1960s. Anybody remember the 1960s? Groovy. Yeah, that's it. In the 1960s, the head of the CEO of a major corporation would be paid between 20 and 40 times the average wage, and they would thank their lucky stars every day. They would be on their knees thanking I don't know, God or whoever, for their good fortune. 20 to 40 times the average salary. Can you believe it? You know what it is these days? 400 times. The same people doing the same jobs pay themselves 400 times the average salary of the person working in their company. In the 60s, it was 40 times. Now it's 400 times. There's the reintroduction of the 50p tax rate for those on more than £123,000 a year, is one of Corbyn's manifesto pledges. Now, they're probably not that concerned about that, because people who run banks, who are paid on average, I believe the person who runs a bank these days is on about £20 million a year. If you're earning £20 million a year, then tax is something that doesn't really concern you, because that's what the accounting department is there for you to use to avoid. I think that they're probably most concerned about what they call the Robin Hood tax on financial transactions in the city. A piddlingly small amount, which there would be put onto transactions that would raise about, what's the number that they put on it? 26 billion, something like that. A tax on financial transactions, bonds, derivatives, all that complicated stuff that I don't understand. Even people that run banks don't understand. About 26 billion a year, with which we could shower money all over the NHS. or the police, or we could use the cash to fill the potholes in the roads. Now, what does 26 billion actually mean to the banking racket? Almost nothing at all. Like I said before, since the financial crash, they've paid themselves 100 billion in bonuses on top of their staggeringly large salaries. So it won't really affect them in any way whatsoever. But that would be 26 billion that they would be shelling out that they couldn't award to themselves in bonuses. And that's the part that they fear the most. Carnforth. Oh, Annie.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Hey up, Chuck.
Hiya. Yeah, I just wanted to agree with you when you were saying about all these people that have just walked out of this Social Mobility Commission.
Yeah.
When you said, you thought really it's just window dressing. Theresa May does this. I mean, when she first came, first got in, and she was on the steps of Downing Street there talking about burning injustices and how she cared about managing, and we know you're all struggling and really going to do something about it.
Sure.
All these various people.
Mm-hmm.
No, absolutely not. They don't give a fig. It's just they're a bit rattled after having been, lost their majority and being a bit worried about Jeremy Corbyn, so they thought it'd better sound like they're actually, concerned about poor people, or any people actually, other than seriously wealthy people. So it's all just window dressing, and she does this. Just the Tories do generally. They have these things like commissions on such and such things. It's just a way of making people think they're doing something about it.
Well, I suspect that the reason, the reason the Conservative Party gets people to vote for it is because they have a reputation of not going nuts, of being stable, and the implication is that if rich people do well, then if the tide comes in, then all boats get lifted. It's trickle down economics. It's that Reagan George Bush stuff.
Absolutely.
And you know what? That doesn't happen. I think somebody in America, and that's what Donald Trump's tax plan is as well. The stated aim is if we give corporations and billionaires a tax break, then they will spend more money in the economy, and they will start businesses, and they will hire people, and so eventually it will trickle down and everybody will get better off. That's their plan. But that doesn't happen. People, I think somebody in America was just talking to a room full of CEOs of corporations and so on, and he said, so who's going to be actually investing this money that you're about to get essentially given by the government, which is going to be decreasing the corporation tax rate? Who's going to be putting that back into their companies and hiring more people? And let's see a show of hands. Not one single person put their hand up. So they're going to take the money and give it to themselves. That's what happens.
It's called trickle-up economics.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's what the Tories have been doing here. Ever since they got in, they've been slashing corporation tax and lots of other taxes for the most well-off individuals. I mean, corporation tax has gone from 28% down to 19%, and is just about very shortly to be going down to 17%. And I think I heard Emily Thornberry saying the other day that is just the things that the bit more off corporation tax, and also they're just putting the bank levy down as well, as if the banks need any more off them. That's going to be £70 billion and that £70 billion could have gone into all our public services. This is why we've got no money for our public services.
Precisely.
It's because they're just giving it all away to the most wealthiest corporations and the wealthiest individuals.
Yeah, with the notion that those corporations will then pass on that money in the form of higher wages for their workers. But we know that they don't do that because wages have been stagnant since the 1970s. People are now earning the same, if not slightly less, in real terms than they did in the 1970s. That's why people are furious, is because a vanishingly few number of people have got staggeringly rich and everybody else has just stayed still.
Yeah, hi, Nick.
Paul.
Just a quick one. I've got 3 points I wanted to make. The 50 billion for the Brexit. Yeah?
Yeah.
All these people that actually wanted Brexit and wanted it so bad that now we're being charged and we can't find the money to pay it. Wouldn't it be a good idea to charge the people that wanted Brexit on the voters, take some money out of their wages or whatever they're getting and make it formal? That way it should get some money, because there's a lot of people who did vote for Brexit, so that might just help Theresa May out, because she only had 25 billion anyway. So the other 25 billion that she can't find, she might be able to find it there. And not only that, if we can pay £50 billion towards the European Union, right, and yet at the same time cut our armed forces, we're really shooting ourselves in the foot, aren't we?
Well, no, we haven't got any bullets left. We can't afford them. If only.
It just doesn't make any sense as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I don't think any country in the right mind would really want to cut their arm. Everybody else is bolstering their armed forces, and we're taking ours away. So if we are doing that, then we obviously need to stay out of foreign policy in future and become like Sweden, so we don't have no dramas from any other countries abroad if it does decide to come about, because that's the way it's looking at the moment.
What seems curious to me about that is that we have an open check, an unlimited amount of money for nuclear weapons, which practically by definition we will never use. But we're cutting the things that we actually will use, which are, as you say, the Marines and the Air Force and the Navy and what's the other one? Oh, the Army.
I'm just really curious as to what Theresa May's thinking when she knows that your armed forces it's just one thing you just don't do. It's just a no. But
well, there's a long list of no-nos. The NHS is another one, and the police.
What the hell is going on?
58% of the people that took part in that Twitter poll, or just online poll, said that they want Donald Trump to come to this country. No. Who are you kidding? It was one person that voted 58% of the time, over and over and over again, hitting refresh again and again and again and again. So the Mail and the Telegraph seem to be at war. They don't have any idea what's happening. One says he is coming, and the other says he ain't. The Telegraph says US diplomats have dropped plans for Donald Trump to conduct a visit to Britain in January, amidst a war of words between the two countries' leaders.
I'll bring us into war.
Oh, by the way, Jared Kushner. Oh, that would make my day. That would make my day, my week, and my year. Although he is too pretty for jail. He's too pretty for women's jail. Plus, if Jared Kushner went to jail, well, who would be responsible for negotiating peace in the Middle East? Because that's his job in the current administration. As well as solving America's opioid epidemic. That's his job too. And he's also responsible for diplomacy with Mexico. That's his job as well. And he's responsible for diplomacy with China. That's his job too. He's also responsible for reforming care for US veterans, and for reforming the criminal justice system, and responsible for reinventing the entire government and making it work like a business. How's that going so far?
Fabulous.
I'm not making that up. Those are all of his jobs. Donald Trump basically said to his son-in-law, "Here, you be president, I'll be on the golf course." So anyway, he's coming or he's not coming, and I just flat out don't believe that 58% of the people that listen to this station think that he should come. Mr. Trump, do we really actually have to call him Mr.? The US President. Can you believe that?
You are going to love President Trump.
He's been penciled in for a working visit. Please. The first month of next year. That's like 2 months away. He's going to be formally opening that hideous monstrosity on the banks of the Thames, the new London embassy for America. America's embassy in London. Rearrange those words to form a sentence. It's the Telegraph says it's going to be a scaled-down version of a state visit with no meeting the Queen. Oh, poor Donny. That was the bit that he was looking forward to the most. Not the work, you understand. I wonder who would get to sit on the throne in that circumstance. The Daily Telegraph can reveal that the trip has been pushed into the long grass with no new date in the diary picked. A senior US diplomat said the idea of a visit has obviously been floated, but not December and not January. I would not expect a Trump visit, they said. That's the Telegraph. So it's off. He ain't coming. Dry those tears. On the other hand, the Daily Mail says he's coming. Plans are being made for the US president to make a working visit within months to open the new American embassy. So he is coming and he isn't coming. If he comes and you live anywhere near London at all, you'll be able to hear him arrive. I was in the centre of town when George, it seems like so long ago, but the previous president who we thought was a dope and who now seems like a genius by comparison.
Absolutely.
He flew in. And the cacophony that accompanied him flying into Heathrow, it brought the centre of London to a standstill. We couldn't believe what was happening. It sounded like World War III had broken out. So Donny will want to top that. There'll be fast jet fighter, outriders, and the whole bit. They'll close the town down. It's thought to be conceived as a pared-back trip rather than a red carpet occasion. The PM fueled the speculation that the idea of a full state visit had been put on hold. Well, what difference does it make? What? A full state visit has been put on hold. The Queen spends her entire life standing up, drinking tea, talking with the worst people in the world. I mean, he's pretty bad, but he's not one of the worst. Well, I don't know. Maybe. I don't think he's a very nice person.
Donald Trump is a very nice person.
Well, see, there you go. You should get to meet the Queen. This row erupted on Wednesday when the President of the United States of America had enough time on his hands to retweet 3 anti-Muslim videos posted by Britain First group. Now, Britain First is, as far as I can tell, a small group of Twitter trolls. How they got to the world's most powerful man, I have no idea. He spends his entire time on his throne, staring at the television, trying to find coverage of himself. It's the worst public clash between the US and the UK in memory. Theresa May is standing up to Donald Trump.
I'd like to punch him in the face.
I told you this over and over and over again. Donald Trump is not a stable person on which to hang the future of our country. I mean, we're leaving the EU and we're desperately searching around trying to find another country to increase our trade with. Liam Fox is in Australia. I mean, what do we trade with Australia? Vegemite and kangaroo steaks? I have no idea. But America is obviously the one that we really, really love the most, or would love to get a deal with them the most. And Donald Trump said it was going to be really, really quick and really, really easy, and it's going to be tremendous and huge. And then those words had barely dropped out of his lips before he was imposing, was it steel? I don't know, it doesn't really matter. You can't believe a word that man says. Theresa May is standing up to Donald Trump. Do you believe that?
No.
No, me either. She must be being forced to by her own people. Because Donny doesn't forget this stuff. He wants complete, total and utter acquiescence. He wants people to crawl across the carpet and wonder at the marvel of his orangeness. Theresa May warned that the UK will not be afraid to rebuke America. Well, be very afraid. Despite this so-called special relationship, there's no such thing as the special relationship. It does not exist. The only thing special about it is we both speak English. That's it. They don't care about us, and we shouldn't care about them, but, you know, I don't know whether it's like Stockholm syndrome, but if people own dogs and are really, really bad to them, the dog stays loyal to its master, even if it punches it in the head and doesn't feed it. Asked whether she regarded Mr. Trump as a fit person to be hosted by the Queen on a state visit, the Prime Minister said an invitation for a state visit has been extended and has been accepted. We have yet to set a date, which isn't answering the question and sounds a little bit robotic.
Correct.
You know, like a robot.
Affirmative.
Whether she regarded Mr. Trump as a fit person to be hosted by the Queen. Well, the Daily Mail gave us a special pull-out and colour-in list of some of the people that the Queen has been wheeled out to visit. I wonder if she actually has any say in any of this stuff. President Bashar al-Assad of Syria, he visited. He now stands accused of killing civilians by the, well, I don't know what measure we would care to use, thousands, hundreds of thousands. President Xi Jinping of China. Protesters turned out in force for his visit in October 2015, with good reason. Vlad the Insane came, June 2003. Robert Mugabe, blamed for the massacre of 10,000 people in the 1980s, and plenty more since. President Suharto of Indonesia, his regime was blamed for up to 1 million deaths after the invasion of East Timor. That was 4 years before he came here to glad-hand it with Her Majesty. Nicolae Ceausescu of Romania. Shortly before their arrival, French President Valéry Giscard d'Estaing telephoned the Queen personally to warn that Ceausescu and his wife had walked off with valuables from their staterooms on a visit to Paris. So I would imagine Her Majesty was around nailing down her knickknacks, just in case. President Mobutu of the Congo, the dictator, visited in 1973, presided over the collapse of his country's economy and locked up dissidents. He was later found to have embezzled £12 billion and was blamed for the deaths of 230,000 people. But still okay to, glad-hand it with Her Maj. And, of course, that doesn't even mention the Saudis. Every time the Saudis come over to see the bits of this country that we haven't sold them yet, Her Majesty is out there at the end of the red carpet with her best smile on. But, let's leave let's leave Europe and put ourselves at the mercy of the orange nightmare in the White House. That sounds like a great idea. It's a plan.
And I like him. He's a good man. He is not a racist. I can tell you that. He's a good person.
You like me because I'm not a racist? Well, that's a turn-up. Scott says, our relationship with the USA is important and enduring. For that reason, we should delay the invitation to the UK until Trump is replaced. That should be any minute now. Although I'm going to stand by my assertion that he's going to be a two-term president. I really believe that the nightmare will go on. This says, it's a message from a fella called Nick. It says, you just said that the US and the UK speak the same language. Try telling that to a Brit who was asked for a cup of tea anywhere within America. Well, but you just get tea. There's no impediment to communication over the word tea. It's if you ask them for a fag that you might have a problem.
Warning!
Wanstead. Hello, Sophie.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
I think what that last texter means is that, they're not really into tea, but they'll offer you 2,000 versions of coffee. And maybe that's what he means.
I think they probably mean that they don't boil the water sufficiently. No, I think that's probably it. They don't boil the water. They use the water that they would have used with coffee, which is not quite boiling. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Plus, who cares? I mean, really. With everything else that's going on, who cares how hot the water is? Cried out loud.
Exactly. Well, much seems to have happened. I've been under the duvet for a few days ill, and I come out and Harry's engaged and Trump insulted more people.
God. Can I be the first to say that I'm totally sick of Meghan Sparkle? I mean, God, so boring. It's going to be excruciating. You'll be able to read about it on pages 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 of the special colour pull-out section inside.
She's lovely. I won't.
Oh, shut up.
I won't hold against her that she's American.
Oh, she's so lovely. I missed waving my little flag about wherever they went today. I was going to queue up with a little thermos flask, my Union Jack thermos flask, and wave my little plastic flag. Oh, she's so lovely. She's like a princess. God.
I'm not going to be cynical, but what I will say about that is, I think what people need to remember is what happened 20 years ago, and just wish them all the best. And they're just a couple in love. So, but there's one man who can. I know you sound so cynical. There's one man who can save us from the madness.
Yeah. Well, whoever that is, I don't. We'll get to in a minute, but. It wouldn't make the slightest bit of difference to me one way or the other if it was just Harry and Meghan. But it's not Harry and Meghan. It's Harry and Meghan with our money, that we can we just flat out can't afford to give them. Well, we've never been able to afford to give it to them, and we definitely can't afford to give it to them now, as hospitals are cancelling their knee operations and hip operations and eye operations, and the police say they haven't got enough money to investigate shoplifting anymore. I mean, come on. And we're just showering these people with cash.
Nick, I agree with you on principle, but when you see what the clowns in Westminster are doing, I mean, this morning I heard Sadiq Khan say that they'd wasted £40 million on the defunct Garden Bridge. Now, that is absolutely appalling. £40 million.
Are you saying 40 or 14?
40.
40.
That is...
How can you spend £40 million and not build anything?
Well, that's the government for you. We're led by clowns, and I'd rather my money go to the royal family, who may bring the public a little bit of pleasure.
Oh, do shut up, Sophie.
I know.
You would rather the £40 million went to the royal family. I would rather have I'd rather have the bridge.
No, not the 40 million, but the people we elect to represent us do not listen to our views, do not represent us, and waste millions of pounds of our money. Now, that's a disgrace. That's more of a disgrace than giving some money to the royal family, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah. Well, any organisation wastes money. If you go through any organisation on Earth with a microscope, you will find vast waste within it, and something that's unwieldy as a government will be enormously wasteful, particularly as it has to change direction, mostly every 4 years or 8 years, depending on the whims of the electorate. So, yeah, there'll be waste because there will be spending money charging in this direction, and then the person responsible for that direction will get chucked out, and then we'll have to reverse sticks and go in the opposite direction. So I would have preferred the bridge myself. The royal family's got plenty enough money as it is. They're one of the richest families that have ever existed.
The bridge is just one example. I mean, what about the millions upon millions they've wasted on another abandoned project, the stupid and silly and wrong-headed new computer system they're going to have in the NHS. I mean, how many hospitals would that have paid for? How many doctors? How many nurses? How many healthcare assistants?
Well,
it's just a disgrace.
If you want to make £100 million, simply enter into a contract with Her Majesty's government to provide them with a computer system. It seems to... Exactly. You won't actually have to do anything. They'll just give you the money.
Exactly.
But, computer systems are notoriously extremely difficult, and something as vastly complex as the NHS must be about the, outside of weather forecasting, it must be one of the trickiest things to bend a computer's brain at that has ever been conceived. So it's not totally surprising that it didn't work, as planned, but...
No, but you'd expect some level of competency, and they don't seem to be showing any of that.
Okay, then.
Now, there's one man who can save us from the orange... What did you call him?
The orange nightmare, yeah.
The orange nightmare.
The chump.
Peter Thatcher.
Yes.
He should come over. Trump should come over. I never thought I'd say this. And what we should do is peacefully protest, turn our backs to him, or give him the knee, and Peter Thatcher should...
try to arrest him. Citizen's arrest, like he did Mugabe, yeah. And he got beaten to the floor for his efforts, by the way, while everybody just stood around and watched him being beaten. He was the only person that actually acted decently when that man came over.
exactly, ethically. And I think actually he should come over. And the other thing is, we do not have a special relationship. I absolutely agree with you. Nearly 300 years ago, they issued the Declaration of Independence. They wanted independence from Great Britain. And they didn't want any representation or taxation without representation. There is no special relationship.
No, never has been.
We are the footnote.
Well, we had a adversarial relationship, but this notion that we've been busy mates is completely unfounded. They will make a decision based on to maximise their profitability and whatever deal they make with us. They're not going to give us friends rates, are they?
Exactly. And one thing about Theresa May, I'm actually glad she stood up to him. But the other thing is, initially, he tweeted that really appalling tweet to the wrong Theresa May. Yeah. It was a Theresa May in Bognor Regis.
Yeah.
Now, this man has his finger on the red button. Come on.
I was reading what hurdles he would have to go through if he actually wanted to press that button to, get his man to give him what they call the nuclear football. Why it's called a football, I have no idea. It's a briefcase. He could pop it open and press the button, mark go, he wouldn't have to discuss it with anybody. Of course, the people on the other end of that communication would have to take that on board. You know, the people who are on submarines or in rocket launch sites, and they'd have to say, well, I don't know. This message has come from Donald Trump, so are we going to actually carry this out? So there would be some sort of human interaction, but I think he can think it up and do it all by himself.
Well, this is what I thought, but until a couple of weeks ago when I read that, I think it was some very, very, very high-ranking army official, a general, I think, and he was saying that if he ever thought that one of Trump's decisions was unconstitutional and he was given the power to press the button, he would question it and not do it immediately, which is, the voice of sanity in the nightmare that is the Trump administration.
He'd not do it immediately, so we'd have time to finish our dinner.
Our hamburgers and fries.
Oh, there'll be fries, all right.
Now, do you know the other thing, which I never noticed, and I wish I had? When the American journalists ask Trump questions, they just look completely incredulous, and it's just hilarious looking at their faces. Even they cannot believe what's happening in their own country.
Well, no, because they're used to people acting normally, I suppose. I mean, it is normal for the leader of a country to act in accordance with some societal norms. And I mean, it is incredible that George W. Bush used to be the epitome of I don't know. Well, okay. I was trying to find a way around it because it almost seems rude now. Well, it is rude, but it almost seems uncalled for because he used to be, the template of idiocy.
Absolutely.
And now he seems like a statesman by comparison.
A Harvard graduate. But I have one question for Mr. Trump. And it was taught so elegantly by the father of Humayun Khan, the American Muslim soldier, the Purple Heart and Gold Star soldier. And he said, Mr. Trump, have you read the American Constitution?
Well, if it was on a placemat at Burger King, yeah, he read it.
Too true.
All right. Thanks a lot, Sophie.
Thank you.
Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. Ian says, I reckon Donny was fed up being upstaged by Harry and Meghan. There ain't no room for two Americans on the front pages. Yeah, well, given the choice, I suppose Meghan's got it. It's just so... I mean, the press today, they were just beside themselves. Oh, thank God there's a story that we can plaster all over the front pages without even actually looking up from our desks. This stuff just writes itself. Meghan mania was how the Mail described it, with an exclamation mark at the end. Meghan Markle made her first official engagement with Prince Harry look easy today as she won an army of new fans. including one who said within earshot, "She's beautiful. Only a prince can have a lady like that." Oh my God. I just can't stand it. It's excruciating. Please make it go away.
The one that matters is me. I'm the only one that matters.
Yeah, in your own mind. 0345 6060 973. Well, that could get really, really interesting. So, General Flynn is accused of being a... Liar! Yeah. And Jared Kushner might be right after him. Watch this space. So let's assume that United States of America is not our friends anymore. So who are we going to trade with the next once we have extricated ourselves from our friends in Europe? Australia, of course. And at a business event in Sydney this last week to discuss how the two countries could work together in the future, the Secretary of State for International Trade, Liam Fox, was blowing the horn for a trading partnership with Australia. Because that makes sense. You'd have to leave the planet to get further away. Australia is where we're concentrating on. But even while he was doing that, he couldn't stop moaning about Remainers.
Stop whining.
He said Remainers were wrong and unable to come to terms with the expressed will of the British people. Well, it's more like the expressed will of some oily individuals using dodgy Russian money to persuade the British people that gambling with their future is a good idea. It's more like the expressed will of those people. And he was desperately sucking up to the Australians because we needed them to buy more of our stuff. He said this is not Brexit, but the emergence of a global Britain. As though we didn't once own all of the parts of the globe that weren't blue. Liam Fox named Australia as foremost among our Commonwealth friends. He said for the first time in almost 4 decades, the UK will have a fully independent trade policy. I hope to see our two nations form a strong and united defence of free trade, said Liam Fox in Australia. Unfortunately, at the same time, the Australian government released its future foreign policy blueprint. You know, where they are aiming for in the future, where they see themselves down the line. A 136-page white paper came out just last week, made no reference at all to expanding the relationship between the UK and Australia, because Britain is increasingly irrelevant to the nation's strategic vision. They're looking at China, not us. Dr. Paul Smith of the University of Nottingham School of Cultures, Languages and Area Studies said Theresa May's repeated vision for a global Britain, establishing independent trade agreements with far-flung partners like Australia, is highly unrealistic. He said Australia and New Zealand are Asia-Pacific countries, that's where their economies are based, and imagining a relationship with them could replace a relationship with the EU is far-fetched and cloud cuckoo land. He further explained that it would be far harder for Britain to reforge trading agreements with countries that are so far-flung. We couldn't get far-flung-er than Australia. We would literally have to go to the moon to find somewhere further away. He said most countries in the world trade... Now, this is important, this bit here. And it seemed blindingly obvious to me, but apparently nobody else. Most countries in the world trade within groups, and there are negotiations between those groups. There are very few states across the world that trade openly. There are collections of states who trade and have specific relationships. Plus, they tend to trade with those countries that are next door, because that just makes sense. That is what Dr. Paul Smith said. But, you know, as he's an expert in possession of facts, no one is remotely interested in what he has to say. And this was in The Spectator in September. Said a trade deal with Australia would only cover a very small fraction of the UK's dealings with the rest of the world. Liam Fox went all the way down there. I mean, I hope he's enjoying himself and having a nice time and so on, but what, don't they have phones? It's small beer. It just seems so desperate. Anyway, they said a trade deal with Australia, said the Spectator, would cover a very small fraction of the UK's dealings with the rest of the world. Exports from Britain to the EU were worth £229 billion in goods and services last year. £229 billion to the EU. Australia, 7. Which gives you some idea of the gap between the two. We'd have to trade with Australia for 32 years to match what we'd export to the EU in a single year. Which is not to say that a deal with Australia isn't worth having, but it helps it put it into perspective. Too much blinking perspective. And the UK isn't important to them as some have led us to believe, says the Spectator. The UK might be Australia's leading trade partner within the EU. But when you take the rest of the world into account, Britain is only Australia's 8th largest export market. And our trade with Australia is worth less than a 10th of the country's dealings with China. It's like I said, it's all about China. What's more, the UK does remain an important market for Australian goods and services, whatever they are. But our trade with Australia has actually been falling. It went down by £0.1 billion, which is 100 million. It's not been going up. We find less to trade within the two countries. And now we're putting our eggs in the basket of hoping to trade more with them some more. But they already know what we're selling, and we already know what they're selling. Australian businesses rely on the rest of the world much more than they do the UK. In fact, their own trade minister said that a deal with the EU is going to be ahead of any deal with the UK. So, like I said, I hope that Liam Fox had a nice time down there on our money. But it's very unlikely that he was going to come up with anything positive. Seems like a waste of time to me, but, what do I know? Camden. Hello, Hattie.
Hey there, Nick.
Hey up, Chuck.
How's it going?
Great, mate.
Good. I was just thinking, basically, Britain's kind of behaving at the moment like we've got a bit of an inferiority complex. And it's like we're sort of just desperately seeking for any way to kind of big up our ego. Be that kind of looking back to the monarchy, looking back to the kind of like Commonwealth. Like we just clinging to the kind of old view of ourselves as this powerful empire, which is just not the case anymore.
Well, I agree with you, apart from your first assertion, which I think is completely the wrong way around. I think that everything you just said is right. Apart from the bit about an inferiority complex, I don't think it's that at all. I think we have it's a superiority complex.
Yeah, fair enough. I think actually that's probably a better point. And I just think the politicians are just sort of making kind of decisions that are just pretty baffling, to be honest. Just the way that they're kind of going about the whole of Brexit. They're not actually really taking into account what you said earlier, which is the fact that everyone trades in blocks now. Like, we've moved forward. America can kind of trade on its own because it's the size of pretty much most of the blocks on its own anyway. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Not a lot of hope.
Oh, come on, Hattie. Not a lot of hope. That seems that seems unduly pessimistic.
Yeah, well...
How old are you?
Relatively young still.
Relatively young still. Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right. Cheers, Hattie. You'll have a relatively long period of time with which to express your disappointment about whatever it is that happens next. Hang on a minute, the lights have gone out. We'll have to go over here and wave my arm and they can go back on again. How that is not fixable is just beyond me, but it is apparently. Thanks, Hattie. Britain has lost its way and is having an identity crisis, said the New York Times. They just said it. And Simon Fraser, the former Foreign Office Permanent Secretary, said in a speech last week, it's hard to call to mind a major foreign policy matter on which we have had a decisive influence since the referendum. This is Jonathan Powell, Tony Blair's Chief of Staff from 95 to 2007. You remember Tony Blair, don't you?
No!
Yeah, that's the fella. He said, we are no longer able to build a coalition in Brussels behind our foreign policy objectives. No one wants to be seen working with a member of state about to depart. And no one seriously believes that Donald Trump is sitting in Washington waiting for Theresa May to advise him on what to do with North Korea. Yeah, or, anything else for that matter. He's not taking calls from any women.
I cherish women.
Yeah, sure you do. We have rendered ourselves irrelevant, according to Jonathan Powell, and the New York Times is there or thereabouts. Even if we did still have influence, we don't have any attention to spare for the rest of the world, because all our efforts are going on the destructive process of Brexit. Just as the blood goes to the stomach when you have a large meal, so most of our civil servants and diplomats are working on dismantling our EU membership rather than on maximising our influence in the world. Well, never mind about our influence in the world. Just how about making life a little bit better for us personally? Getting other countries to follow us in our foreign policy objectives is neither here nor there, depending on what those objectives actually are. Wouldn't it be good to have a government that could actually concentrate on, us? To pull a crazy example out of the air, us, poor dopes who pay for them to do whatever the hell it is they do all day in between downloading pornography. But they're not. They're all concentrating on extricating ourselves from the EU, and will be doing so for probably the next 10 years. And here's the thing. One of the reasons that was put forward that we should leave the EU was to minimise bureaucracy. How's that going?
Fabulous.
We're hiring thousands and thousands and thousands of people to add to the bureaucratic oh God, my mind's just stopped. To add to our bureaucratic army, our army of bureaucrats, in order to pursue this policy of leaving the EU. He says, Britain has historically been the strong and stable democracy in Europe. We took pride, as Douglas Hurd put it, in punching above our weight. Now we've taken to punching each other. Well, that's about right. We're punching each other in a polarised and uncertain country. Italy appears more politically stable. How embarrassing is that? France is more internationally relevant. He says, what puzzles our friends and erstwhile allies most is that all of this is self-inflicted. We inflicted all this upon ourselves. I'm not mentioning any names in connection with this.
I'm a nutcase.
But we know who to blame. 0345 6060 97th, Vladimir Putin.
Are you trying to tell me that this is your act?
Here's a call in Kensington. Hello, Joe. Yes, Joe.
I think you need to get some new sound effects.
Okay. I'll do that right now, yeah.
We are doomed as a country.
We're doomed?
We're doomed. We're talking about partial collapse within the next 2 to 3 years and total collapse within 5 to 7 years.
What do you mean by collapse? What's going to collapse?
Economically and politically. And if you have the wherewithal to sell up and move to Europe, anywhere between Portugal and Turkey, where there's great deals to be had, by the way, you should go.
Well, I ain't going to go to Turkey, and I'm probably not going to go to Portugal. How does Spain sound?
No, I'm going to Italy.
Italy? Well, yeah, like I said, Italy. That's a perfect choice.
No, it's great.
Yeah.
Great.
A little more expensive than Spain, maybe, but can I live in Spain and holiday in Italy?
Of course you can.
Yes.
You'll be welcome.
Thank you.
You'll be welcome. But, it's all coming home to roost. All these stupid Brexiteers, and they deserve it. And you know what? It'll be 60 years too late, but the old Enoch Powell speech, Rivers of Blood, you're going to see so much social disorder in this country, you will not believe it, and the police, the army, won't be able to contain it.
No, I don't know. If this were France, then maybe yes, but we don't really do social disorder, not much. I mean, every 10 years or something like that, there's a minor flare-up, but doesn't
this
interfere with anyone's
this
tea.
social disorder will come from every quarter.
What if Uncle Jezza gets in, as seems likely?
It will accelerate.
Right. Well, you paint a pretty dull picture there, Joe.
Well, I'm off. I'm off.
Oh, you're leaving?
Yeah.
Where are you going?
Yeah. Italy, I told you.
Oh, okay. I thought we were talking a fantasy land.
I have an Italian wife, so we're going back to Italy.
Right. Okay, well, buonasera. What do they say?
Arrivederci.
Arrivederci, yeah, exactly right. All right, thanks a lot, Joe. Happy travels. He's leaving us. So, right, that's it. I'm leaving. Should have asked him where in Italy. Doesn't really matter. Cobham. Hello, Phil.
Hello, Nick.
Phil.
Well, I got to be honest, I agree with everything I think you're inferring. I mean, ultimately, Brexit is madness. There's no way you can get around it. And I listened to Nigel Farage, and I'll tell you a little story, Nick. I used to be, I actually stood for Parliament for UKIP in 1997. And I had my reasons for being involved in UKIP, but it was never that I totally disagreed with the European Union. It's just at that time I thought we were better being, if you like, a moderator for the European Union, because it was still a very, a relatively new project, and it was going to have its problems. And I believed that, Britain at the time would be better out. But now, in 20 years, with the advent of the internet and total globalization, I'll be honest, I've totally changed my view, and poacher turned gatekeeper, if you like.
Well, that was one of the reasons that I thought it would be a good idea if we stayed in, just so that there was an overseer of the government. That's what you were suggesting there, that UKIP would be
absolutely. But I totally, as I said, I had my reasons. I got out for my reasons, but now I've totally changed. I mean, in the ensuing period, I've lived and worked. Well, even before that, in fact, I've lived and worked in 4 different European countries, including with the UK, so 3 different European countries. And, as I said, I mean, if you were doing your job in Germany or whatever, you'd be fitting exactly the same way. And Nigel Farage doesn't realise that, I mean, I actually posed the question to him, had he been born, growing up as a young adult in Weimar, Germany in 1933, I just wonder what party he would have supported. I mean, quite frankly, I'm absolutely sure he would have been a member of the Nazi Party.
Well, a lot of people were.
Exactly.
And you can't blame each and every person that was, but let's not get into a discussion about the nasty Nazis.
No, I'm not, but I'm just saying that, the people fit in the zeitgeist, if you like.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. I mean, but now we've moved on from all that, unless we want to descend. For example, Nigel also goes on about nation states. Well, that's fine if your nation state is very defined. But if it isn't, most nation states that do not have, a watered border, are very much more coalesced. And they have ethnic minorities in other countries and stuff like that, and this is exactly what causes internecine strife, and Nigel doesn't appreciate that. So, I mean, really, in this modern world, we have moved. You may not like globalization, but ultimately, it's inevitable, and it has happened. It's only going to get more. And I mean, I actually went to, when I was campaigning heavily for Remain, I went to a conservative fundraising dinner, at which Malcolm Rifkin was the speaker, and he made a very impassioned speak. He was for Remain, but very much as a Remain within nation states situation. And I got up and I said, well, quite frankly, Malcolm, I think where the Remain campaign is going wrong is that we're not extolling the virtues of what the European Union is truly about.
But it wouldn't really have mattered because nobody cared. I mean, the inference was from the vote that people looked at the EU and they understood the ramifications of leaving economically and socially, and they understood how the EU actually worked. And none of the above is true. They just bought in.
No, I know it's not true, but even then, I would say that, as I said, I was on the ground. I campaigned, in the Guildford area, and I mean, ultimately, as probably at least 10 to 15% of all the people I spoke to, it was a protest vote. They weren't interested in the European Union at all. They hated Cameron, so they wanted Cameron out. So that's one issue. I mean, my point is that I'm sorry, Brexit is a disaster. There's no question about it, and we have to stop it because.
Well, that's not going to happen. Come on, it's not going to.
No, I know it won't happen if we all talk about that not happening.
Let me posit this. I think it's not going to happen as people voted or thought that that's what they were voting for. They're still going to call it a Brexit, but it'll all be pretty much the same as it was before. We'll just not be quite as well off as we would have been, and we won't have quite as much control over foreign policy as we would have done. And that's about it. It'll seem like Brexit, they'll call it Brexit, but it won't actually be the Brexit that people think it's going to be.
Well, I mean, I would like, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit more positive than that, Nick. I mean, I genuinely believe that most people now, most wise people, I should say, realise that this is disastrous.
Yeah, but that's not how democracies are run, by only the wise people making their opinions felt. If only, Phil.
Well, okay, I don't mean to sound, I'm sorry, Nick, I don't mean to sound patronising, but, quite frankly, I've spent a lot of my life interested in politics, and the trouble is that most people, and I will say that, do not understand the machinery of politics. Like, for example, I mean, someone who talks about democratic accountability. I mean, well, that's great if you agree with the party in power, but as I said, with our system, most people don't actually agree with the party in power, but they don't bother considering that as democratic deficit. I mean, it really annoys me that the fact that people don't understand that for example, the European Commission, its sole purpose is to promote the European Union as a whole, without any preference to any particular country.
And people will say that it's undemocratic and nobody that works in the EU is elected, and all that is completely wrong. But it's a lack of knowledge, but also a refusal to learn. They've made a decision based on precious little information, and they dig their heels in as though they have invested their life in that decision. You can't change their mind. They don't want to change their mind. Phil, I'm going to have to leave it there, but thanks for that.
You can talk to me.
Tunisia, Belgium and Panama in our World Cup group. And our best footballing experts are at this moment working on a way to find a way to lose to that lot. I've decided to be disappointed now in order to save time later. Let me take this call before taking a left turn and talking about something else. Stoke Newington, hello, Keith.
Oh, hi, how you doing?
Good, thanks, yes, very good.
Well, I'm so pleased to hear that. It makes me really, really joyous that you're well.
Really? Well, I'm glad that you're glad.
Well, that's the only way to be positive, isn't it? You have to be really glad. But I must say, Nick, I'm not too glad about your last caller, Phil, who talks about people, he being wise and everybody else isn't. And but if he really understood the issues and really thought about it, which he obviously doesn't, he would realise that remaining in the EU is somewhat banal, quite frankly.
Banal?
But the point is,
what do you mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you mean, banal?
Stupid. To stay in the EU is ridiculous. And if I had a couple of hours to sit and talk to you about all the issues, I think you might concur.
Well, I might leave. I might not stay for 2 hours.
Yeah, it might not.
How does that sound?
Well, that's very true. But I would like to rather sit down with Phil for a couple of hours and talk it through with him and see what issues he really thinks.
Okay, well, never mind about 2 hours, Phil. Keith, just give us 3 points off the top of your head. And speak slightly further away from the telephone. It sounds like you're screaming at me.
Oh, but Nick, I wouldn't want to do that. The last thing I want to do is scream at you. You're so an entertaining, intelligent guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, one of the issues is that one of the reasons why Germany and other countries, particularly Germany, doesn't want us to leave the EU is because if we leave, they've got to pick up the tab that we were paying. And they don't want that to happen, of course.
Right, but it sounds like that we're going to pick up the tab for what we would have been paying, because even Boris Johnson's on board now with £50 billion, and so who knows what it might eventually be. It might be £60 billion or £100 billion, or I don't know, insert some fantastical figure here.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I mean, if Bozo of the FO is on board with that now, then it sounds extremely likely that we're going to be shelling out from now until the end of time.
Oh, I think we will. It's the same thing with the States, where we had to pay back that money for the last 20 years or something. It's the same sort of thing. But the point is, legal advice tells the government that we don't actually owe them any money, so it's just a political move. But one of the points I really want to make is, if you look back in history to the Elizabethan times, when England was just an offshoot of Europe, and France and Spain were the big players, and then Drake came back from his voyage around the world with 28 tons of gold and silver. Then the East India Company started in 1600 because it realized there was money to be made abroad. That we were then trading internationally in competition with the French, the Dutch, the Portuguese, the Spanish, and in the end, we beat them all completely.
Well, yes, if you want to go further back, Keith, the Romans used to run the world, and that empire died too. America used to run the world, and that is in the process of dying out, and China is going to be next, and, these things change.
True, but the point I want to make on that particular point is that Britain actually... The empire didn't die. Britain actually gave it up because they realised there was no need to own countries to trade with them. It was cheaper to give them independence and help manage them and trade with them rather than owning them. And that's why it died. We didn't give it up at all, quite frankly, on that particular point.
But historians could argue about that from now until next week, Keith. But let's not get bogged down in history, because it's just so... I hate history. It's dull.
Boring!
Exactly. I can't stand it.
Well, I tell you what, in that case, I better stop talking to you.
It's a dream come true. Thanks, Keith. Very rarely does a verbose caller excuse themselves. Excellent work, well done. Here's news on a different topic. Following a public consultation, and it seems unlikely that they would ask the public what they thought and then act accordingly. It's the will of the people. Following a public consultation, the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency announced that people who want to take marijuana will no longer have to go to illegal dealers and dangerous online sites to get their drug of choice, as health officials have now reclassified the drug. For the first time, you will instead be able to buy it over the counter at chemists. What? They did this because the number of people that take the drug, and to control the illegal trade in it. Can you believe that?
No.
That's because it's not true of the recreational drug marijuana, but it is true of the recreational drug Viagra. Because of the number of people that took the drug and had bought it illegally, they're now going to make it available over the counter in the chemists, specifically in order to control the illegal trade in it. Isn't that curious? In order to protect your health is why they're doing it. Because of the number of people that were taking it illegally, buying it online illegally, Viagra. In order to protect your health and to stop people taking, it could be absolutely anything in that pill. You've got no idea. It's coloured blue, but it could be brick dust or rat poison or anything that you buy online. And so obviously the government's first duty is to protect the health of its citizens. And so in order to protect your health and to stop the illegal trade in this drug, they are making it illegal to be sold over the counter. You don't have to go and get a prescription or anything like that. Men seeking Viagra will no longer need a prescription from their GP after health officials reclassified the drug. For the first time, you will instead be able to buy it over the counter at chemists. Officials hope the move will help steer people away from buying drugs from dealers and websites operating illegally. Well, that seems a bit of a turnaround. officials hope that the move will help steer people away from buying drugs from websites operating outside the law. They are acting to prevent the illegal trade in a drug to save people from the harm of buying mystery products from drug dealers, which you would think would be one of the first duties of a government. Like I said, protecting your health. It's hard to believe that they're actually acting in that way, ain't it? The Medicines and Health Care Products Regulatory Aid... God, you wouldn't want to be a secretary in that organisation, would you? Every time the phone rings, hello, Medicines and Health Care Products Regulatory Agency, how may I direct your call? Go out your mind. Anyway, the MHRA, even that's not very easy. The MHRA said that the ED medicines, erectile dysfunction medicines, are a popular target for criminals selling unlicensed and counterfeit medicines. Well, guess what's another popular target for criminals? Every other kind of drug that's currently illegal. You've got absolutely no idea what it is that you are taking before you've taken it. I bet on this very evening, 1 million young people are taking some kind of drug that they've got absolutely no idea what it is until they've taken it. And not despite it being illegal, but because it's illegal. Over the past 5 years, the MHRA has seized more than £50 million of unlicensed and counterfeit impotency medicines. The Viagra people say that the move should protect men by limiting the likelihood of them turning to dodgy websites. The manufacturer Pfizer said, "We hope that this forthcoming new opportunity to purchase a genuine treatment via pharmacies will also reduce the likelihood of men turning to potentially ineffective and dangerous counterfeits from illicit sources." And the reason that marijuana remains illegal and Viagra will be sold over the counter in chemists is that marijuana is dangerous and Viagra is not. Would probably be the word from the government as a way of explaining the difference between the two. But no one has ever died of taking marijuana. I don't think that there is a single instance of anybody overdosing on marijuana, dying as a direct result of taking marijuana. But in 2014, the publication Psychology Today reported that in America alone, according to a study of erection medication side effects during the decade from 1998, which was the year that Viagra was approved in the US. So between 1998 and 2007, Viagra had been implicated in at least 1,824 deaths, mostly from heart attacks. Cialis, which was approved in 2003, had been linked to 236 deaths, and Levitra, also approved in 2003, to 121 deaths. In addition, the three medications appear to have caused or significantly contributed to at least 2,500 non-fatal heart attacks and other potentially serious heart problems, and more than 25,000 other potentially serious side effects, among them mini strokes, vision loss, and hearing loss. But apart from that, researchers used the Freedom of Information Act to obtain the federal FDA, Federal Drug Agency's entire catalogue of adverse event reports for erection medications, and in 10 years it was 26,451. That's 220 reports per month. And the most disturbing of which is the steady trickle of serious cardiovascular events and deaths. But, by all means protect the public by promoting a sex pill that can kill while continuing to rail against the evil of a natural plant that does not. Unless I'm getting this wrong, in which case you must correct me.
Listen to him. He knows everything.
It seems curious to me, and apparently nobody else, that the government should listen to the will of the people on this one issue about Viagra. And because a large number of them are acting illegally, change the law to make what they were doing safer and legal. Curious. Now, is that because Viagra doesn't get you high, it just elevates a certain part of you? Nick Clegg was talking about this. You remember Nick Clegg, don't you? Liberal Democrats? They used to be a thing. Anyway, this is one of his pet issues. And a little while ago, he wrote that making cannabis legal in the UK would improve public health. The decision would stop weed smokers from getting their hands on dangerous super-strength strains of the herb. It's actually because it's illegal that what they call a skunk has come to prominence, because there is no gradation of punishment dependent on the strength of the marijuana that you're selling. The law doesn't recognise strong or weak. It just is just marijuana. So if you're caught with a bushel of really strong stuff, then the punishment will be the same as a bushel of really weak stuff. Therefore, as the strong stuff is more profitable, you'd have to be a very, very bad drug dealer, business person, to stock anything but the most profitable strong stuff, and that's why it predominates, apparently, not in spite of it being illegal, but because it's illegal. Nick Clegg says selling cannabis over the counter would generate £1 billion each year in taxes, which, by the way, would be £1 billion that criminals would not have in their pockets. In a blog for the British Medical Journal, he said the opponents of regulation should ask themselves this: what other public health problem do we contract out entirely to organised criminals? Now, at least you could buy Viagra from buy it by getting a prescription from your doctor. So it wasn't all contracted out to criminals, but marijuana is, completely. He says, in recent years, many weed farmers have been growing stronger strains of cannabis by removing quantities of cannabidiol from plant. Oh, he's getting very technical here. The pursuit of maximum tetrahydrocannabinol, the compound that produces the high, has resulted in an influx of skunk across Britain. He said regulation would allow us to control the product, capping maximum strength and requiring all varieties to contain CBD. I have got no idea what he's talking about there. But essentially, it's, as I was saying, it's the strong stuff that makes more profit, and so that's why dealers are engaging in that product solely. You don't get a choice, in other words. Plus, you don't know what you're taking until you're taking it. Just like Viagra, bought over the internet, which is why the government stepped in, and now you can buy Viagra over the counter at chemists without a prescription in order to stop that illegal trade. Well, what's the difference? Apart from Viagra appears to be, or those erectile dysfunction drugs in general, appear to be responsible for tens of thousands of people either dying or having very serious complications with their heart, and so on. If you look through the cause of death, the statistics in this country, and you go by year, and there's all sorts of lists that the government will give you about, what causes this, and obesity and car crashes and all the rest of it. Most years, marijuana has zero, not one single one. And I don't know, but I would imagine that the very seldom you will find a year with one death, and it usually is one. It will be because somebody got stoned and walked into traffic, something like that. But it's not the actual drug itself, as opposed to other drugs that you get from the chemist. And if you look at the little thing that comes with it, the little piece of paper that comes with it, pretty much everything that has got any kind of drug in it will cause blindness and deafness and dizziness, and don't operate heavy machinery, and it will cause everything up to and including death. But not marijuana. Nick Clegg said regulation would allow us to control this product, capping maximum strength and requiring that all varieties contain CBD, which is apparently as part of the plant that dampens down the possibility of mental health issues. He says labelling requirements would end the lottery where cannabis users have no idea what they're buying. Users could even be nudged away from smoking, he says, which is often done by mixing it with tobacco, and towards vaping a cannabis-based product. He wants you to vape, baby. Groovy. His claims are after the Lib Dem leader of the time, Tim Farron, announced that the party was backing the legalisation of cannabis when he announced their manifesto. That's during a previous general election. How did that go for him, by the way?
Fabulous.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Just because they didn't vote for you doesn't mean to say that you aren't getting some things right. Hello, Dave.
Hi there, Nick.
Dave.
CBD is actually an antipsychotic drug.
Yeah.
So it has the kind of a balancing effect on the THC.
Yeah. Is that what I said?
It could have been. I might have missed that point when I was talking to you.
I think you put it more succinctly than me.
Okay. So it is found in some strains. I think normally your sativas, which generally take a bit longer to grow. So I think the uprise of the skunk plant, one of the main reasons is because it grows quicker. The skunk plants, the indica plants, generally grow much quicker, and they also have much bigger yields as well. So you get bigger buds. So obviously it does make sense to grow that. I think if dealers were making, if they could grow sativa in the same way, in the same time, then they'd be growing that, because it's not a lower quality, it's not a lower strength. It's just better quality. A lot of people, like I used to go to Amsterdam regularly. I don't smoke anymore, but I used to, and so there was. The top one at the time was this particular type of sativa, and it was really strong. But it was a good quality, and it was very high in CBD, because there, when you go to the coffee shops, there you have a menu, you can see exactly what you want, and so obviously you have choice. What we have at the moment, it's a bit like going to a bar and you can only buy moonshine at like 75%.
Well, exactly. If alcohol was illegal, then you would still be able to buy it from illegal sources, but you wouldn't be able to buy wine or sherry or any of that good stuff. It would just be the strongest spirits that can be made and sold at the maximum profit.
And imagine back in the days of America, in Prohibition, where alcohol was illegal, there was a lot of deaths from alcohol, a lot more deaths from alcohol because it wasn't safe. People used to go blind drinking it, and die because it was unregulated. So it's strange when people say, "Oh, that's what we should have for drugs as well. It's much better like that." You wouldn't, it doesn't make sense arguing it in that case, does it? Obviously, that it's safe.
Well, none of the arguments to make it illegal, to maintain its illegality, seem to make any sense at all, other than this is what we've always done, and we are not going to consider changing our policy. Even though it hasn't worked here or anywhere it's ever been tried, this is the only thing that we're ever going to do. Maintain its illegality. It just makes no sense to me, other than politicians don't want to be the first, or a politician doesn't want to be the first one to legalise it. It's much easier to do nothing on any issue rather than to be the one that makes a change, because any negative consequences of that change will be put at your door. So in order to avoid blame, they do nothing.
Well, I think that the reason that they don't actually do it, the only thing that makes any logical sense to me, because there wouldn't be any harmful effects. You can see what happened in Colorado, places like that. Use can go down eventually. People use it it has a positive effect. So the only thing I can think of that makes any logical sense of why they wouldn't do it is because overall they would make less money. I don't think it would be economically viable for them. I think that they would lose money in the long run.
How do you mean? Who? The government?
Yeah.
How?
Well, because for a few reasons. For one of the reasons is it's quite easy to cultivate it yourself. So in that sense, I mean, much easier than making your own alcohol. So in that sense, you've got the people, growing it themselves, and that's going to take a chunk out of it. They're not going to be making any tax out of that, are they? It's not a difficult thing to do. And the other point is that you just I've gone through both stages of being a heavy drinker. I've also been a heavy weed smoker, and your money goes much further on weed. If I've gone down the pub and I've spent a fortune, it could easily do 50 quid. You get yourself £50 worth of cannabis. It should last you for at least 2 or 3 days. So you see what I mean?
I would hope so.
Yeah, exactly. But
2 or 3 days.
If you've been a drinker, you go down the pub, you can easily spend 50 quid down the pub, can't you?
Easily, yeah.
Exactly.
It's shockingly easy.
Yeah, so there's that side, and there's also the pharmaceutical side as well. All this, smoking tobacco, drinking alcohol, it causes a lot of health problems. Whereas cannabis actually has, it doesn't have the same long list of diseases it can cause, like alcohol, and it also has a lot of health benefits as well.
Yeah, but so I fail to understand what it is that you're saying that would cost the government in income. It would surely be the other way around, that it would gain income through taxation of a giant industry that is currently not taxed at all. I mean, think of the things on Earth that are currently that people are currently spending billions of pounds on, that no government is actually getting a taste of. There's virtually nothing apart from that.
Yeah, but they make more money. This is what I'm saying. They make more money on selling illegal alcohol. They make more money on the pharmaceutical drugs that the alcohol and their legal tobacco causes. So overall,
but that supposes that making marijuana illegal would increase the number of people that take it, and would therefore decrease the amount of alcohol that they would drink, for instance. But as most people that want to take marijuana find it very easy to get, apparently the use hasn't gone down, continues to be wildly popular, then I don't think it would actually affect the numbers of people taking it at all. In fact, there's a suggestion that the numbers actually go down. Fewer people in Holland, for instance, where you can just walk into a cafe and buy it, take it than we do in this country, where no cafe can sell it to you, for a fear of spending a while in jail. Hey, Dave, I'm going to have to leave it there, but thanks for that. I'll tell you what happened in Portugal, because they decriminalised the use of all drugs as far back as 2001, with startling consequences. I'll come to that in a minute. So after the extraordinary news that the government listened to the people, the will of the people, and decided to make erectile dysfunction drugs available over the counter without a prescription in order to control the illegal trade in those drugs. They were concerned that people are buying them over the internet from dodgy people in far-off places, and they had no idea what was in those little blue pills until they'd taken them. It could be absolutely blooming anything. Could be anything coloured blue. And so they made the what seems like a perfectly logical decision to do something about it, and they made it legal. You can now walk into... Is it now or shortly? I think it's sort of nowish. Men seeking Viagra will no longer need a prescription from their GP after health officials reclassified the drug. They've reclassified a drug. Can you believe that?
No.
In order to make the people safer, essentially. Now, Portugal did something along those lines with all drugs. This was back in 2001. Portugal decided to treat possession and use of small quantities of drugs as a public health issue, not a criminal one. The drugs are still illegal, technically, but now getting caught with them from 2001 meant a small fine and maybe a referral to a treatment program, not jail time and a criminal record. And after that happened, they found that among Portuguese adults, there were 3 drug overdose deaths for every million citizens. 3. In this country, over 44. More than 10 times as many per head of population. Whatever we're doing in this country isn't working. Successive governments' insistence on maintaining the policy that doesn't work just seems like madness. Among Portuguese adults, there are 3 drug overdose deaths for every million citizens. Comparable numbers in other countries range from 10 per million in the Netherlands to over 44 per million in this country. We are, I think, by far the worst in Europe. As usual, you'd expect that, wouldn't you? I don't know what it is with this country, but we seem to be we're caners. Whatever it is, whatever level, whatever bad behaviour it is that's being discussed, we are number 1 there or thereabouts. The EU averages 17 per million drug overdose deaths for every million citizens. 17 EU average. We are 44. Perhaps more significantly, the report notes that the use of legal highs, like so-called synthetic marijuana, is lower in Portugal than in any of the other countries for which reliable data exists. The implication being, why bother with fake weed or dangerous designer drugs when you can get normal stuff that just grows out of the ground? And decriminalisation in Portugal hasn't had the severe consequences that its opponents predicted. Every time this topic comes up, people will tell you that an enormous number of people will be encouraged to try it for the first time if we make it legal. You'd have to think it's the other way around. I mean, if the government says that something is okay by them, then you would imagine that young people would just run a mile in the opposite direction. You don't want to do anything that Theresa May says. The Transformed Drug Policy Institute says in its analysis of Portugal's drug laws, the reality is that Portugal's drug situation has improved significantly in several key areas. Most notably, HIV infections and drug-related deaths have decreased, while the dramatic rise in use, feared by some, failed to materialise. And of course, they didn't just decriminalise marijuana, they decriminalised all drugs. What a concept. And chaos did not ensue. In fact, it got better. Who'd have thunk it? Forest Gate. Hello, Chris.
Hello?
Yes, Chris.
How you doing? You alright?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Alright. Basically, you was talking about cannabis cultivation earlier. And you was talking about how some people may not know what's in their weed, you know, when they're buying weed off street dealers. I was just saying that people who smoke and people who have been smoking regularly probably have some sort of fair knowledge as to, you know, what to look out for in their weed in terms of anything negative in their cannabis. So me being
how would you look out for it? You can't tell by looking at something how strong it is.
Someone for me, like I smoke weed on a regular basis. I know who I get my stuff from. I know the guy. He cultivates the stuff himself. I know where he cultivates it. I've seen him cultivate it on many occasions, so I know exactly what's in my product. And if there was a time where I am buying something from someone else, because I have been smoking for such a long time, I think I could tell if my cannabis was tampered with.
Right, well, that's neither here nor there, Chris. Well, we're not talking about you, we're talking about society. But I understand what you're saying. You're telling me that you're an expert and you can tell what's up with one strain compared to another. I think that's probably not the case, considering that what Nick Clegg was specifically talking about was is it cannabidiol? CBD. Anyway, it's this antipsychotic element of the plant which is absent in some super strong strains. Now, there's no way of looking at it to tell how much CBD, this antipsychotic element in it, which would help remove the danger of mental health issues coming from having smoked it. There's no way of telling from looking at it, or probably even smoking it, whether that's present or not. But if it was regulated, then you would just be able to read it on the side of the packet, naturally.
Hi, Nick. Yes. I went to a Christmas party years ago, the office thing. Never ever again will I do that. But there was two punch-ups. There was a girl was locked in the loo, and you could hear her vomiting.
That's nice.
To tiny sink. I'm sorry to put this image in your head.
In the sink? Oh no! Come on, kids! Don't vomit in the sink.
Some guy tried to get up the stairs, fell and broke his knee. Right? Okay. Now, guess what drug they were ingesting? Just guess.
Alcohol.
Yes.
Bingo.
Correct.
Right.
Well done.
I award myself a prize. I'll have a bottle of alcohol, please.
So, I mean, when I look back at my misspent year, every silly little scrape or trouble I got into was as a result of drinking a drug called alcohol.
Yeah.
I occasionally ingested some dope or whatever, you know. And I don't now, but I did. And I never, ever got into trouble. And as you say, you know, you'd look at it, if you were an intelligent person and go, wow, no one dies of this. 8 million people die of this. You know, let's ban that and legalise this. But it doesn't seem to be the way we think in this country. Bravo to Portugal, by the way. I mean, it's what I call a civilised country. So I would definitely legalise all drugs. But the other thing, an argument against that, is that Auntie Ethel or Uncle Arthur would go out and start shooting up heroin in alleys. That's not going to happen.
It seems unlikely. I mean, Ethel might.
Well, actually, my money's on Harry. But if heroin was legalised tomorrow, I would not go out and look for heroin in Boots. It wouldn't occur to me to take drugs just because they were legal. I don't take drugs. I'll have the odd beer now and again and some wine.
I mean, apart from anything else, most drugs are consumed by younger people, right? Now, younger people probably, to a large extent, are attracted to drugs because they're illegal. If the government was saying this is a product approved by Theresa May, they wouldn't be remotely interested.
Sold by Theresa May, the little bed sit in Peckham somewhere. I don't know, but that was which is where she's going to end up. But that's what attracted me. It was nice. You go round to this scuzzy old geezer's flat and you get your little quarter and.
Well, there doesn't sound anything nice about that, Stephen.
Well, I thought I was being more adventurous, but. But no, it seems to me most intelligent human beings they're not going to start ruining their lives taking heroin if it's decriminalised or legal. It seems perfectly civilised that we should be able to do what we like with our own. You know,
well, you see, what seems curious to me is the refrain of the day is the will of the people, but people who repeat that phrase are only interested in certain wills of certain people. And on this issue, the will of the people appears to be that the people have spoken decade after decade after decade, and since the dawn of time, people have wanted to have a little mental holiday from their day. I mean, this ain't new stuff. It's not since the 60s that people have been taking drugs. The Neanderthal man didn't come out of his cave every now and again because he was busy chewing. I don't know what the drug was at the time, but lark's vomit. He was probably snorting it. I've got no idea. But this ain't new. It's
no, it's not new.
So it's never going to stop.
And giving people criminal records. To me, young people selling a bit of this and a bit of that. Fair enough, gangsters are violent and unpleasant, but they're there because it is illegal. You know, like the bootleggers in the 20s in the States. They loved it.
One result of us leaving the EU and our impending impoverishment might be that the government starts flailing around. I mean, if we're so desperate that we're trying to increase trade with Australia, the furthest away country on earth, who we already trade with, then you would think that in their desperation to raise some money, they might actually look again at this, and wiser heads might prevail, and they think, well, you know what, we're giving away billions and billions and billions of pounds to international criminals. How about we take some of that for ourselves and spend it on schools and the NHS, for instance? And there is a connection between students' scores on tests and them taking and their likelihood of being drinkers and smokers, and it's not what you would expect. I'll come to that in a minute. I'm going to have to leave that there, Stephen. Thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. So would you think that there would be a connection between students who smoke marijuana and their scores on tests? Yeah, so would I. And it's not what I would have thought either. So I'll come to that in a second. So there was this study in, it was just last year. This year. It's still 2017. This year, UK students who scored highest on tests are more likely to drink and smoke marijuana, according to this study. The research was undertaken by the Longitudinal Study of Young People in England, where it was published by the British Medical Journal. It showed that in a sample of over 6,000 young people in England, high scores at Key Stage 2, that's aged 11, is linked to an increase of regular drinking and cannabis use. So it's not that if you drink alcohol and smoke cannabis, you are going to get better exam results. Nobody's suggesting that. It's just that if you get better exam results at an early age, then you're more likely to be a regular drinker and cannabis user. And so if we can say that higher scores on early exams are an indication of intelligence, then you are more likely, if you smoke marijuana or drink alcohol, to be more intelligent. The reverse was true about smoking tobacco, by the way. The authors of the study said the aim of our study was to determine the association between academic ability in childhood and the onset and persistence of regular cigarette smoking, alcohol drinking, and cannabis use from early to late adolescence. So, because there's a notion abroad that people who, take not so much alcohol, it doesn't have the same kind of stigma unless you really cane it. But people who smoke marijuana are underachievers and a bit thick and stoners. But these people are suggesting the reverse may be true, that you're more likely to be intelligent if you do that. And again, they're not saying that doing it makes you more intelligent. It's just that there is a connection the other way around. That if you are smart, then you're more likely to, in later life, drink regularly and smoke cannabis. Conversely, the study suggests that highest academic achievers were less likely to smoke cigarettes. And that seems about right. I mean, no offence, but people who smoke cigarettes these days, you think, particularly young people, it just looks so odd for a young person to be seen smoking a cigarette. You think, well, do you get the news where you are? I mean, we're talking about hundreds of millions of people who have been killed by that business. I mean, how much evidence do you need? It's not 1 million, it's not 2 million. I think it's the order of 100 million people have been killed by the tobacco business. I mean, I can understand that people were addicted a long time ago and find it difficult to give up, because it's apparently more addictive than heroin. But why young people would start now is just absolutely, it mystifies me. It was a large sample, like I said, 6,000 young people, representative of an entire school year and followed 7 times over 7 years. So it was not an insignificant result. Let's have a call in, who's been waiting the longest? Dagenham. Hello, Pat.
Hello. I've got you in the end.
Excuse me?
I don't mean that. No. I totally agree cannabis should be legalised. We legalise tobacco, as you say, and it kills thousands of people, but it's legal. And they're scared they're scared, the government is scared to do anything about tobacco because they get so much money from it. That's what I think anyway. And no, cannabis is fine. I used to smoke it many, many years ago. Used to put you in a nice dreamy state, but then it got a bit boring. But no, I think cannabis is fine. It should be legal.
I suspect that, as I said before, that the government is unwilling to... no leader of the government wants to be the person that said, oh, all right then, we'll legalise it. Because any subsequent negative stories will be attached to that person by the press. It'll be, whoever's Jeremy Corbyn's fault from now until the end of time. Anytime there is a negative story about marijuana, assuming that Jeremy Corbyn would be the one to legalise it, and I don't think there's any indication that he would be.
Yeah, it's very sad actually, because when they go to score, as they call it, those dealers could be saying, "Oh well, have this."
Well, exactly. Yeah.
And they are so dangerous. And I fully agree with you.
I mean, most drug dealers, you would think, would make more money selling, I don't know, cocaine or ecstasy or whatever else it is that they've got on their books. They make much more money. And the people who would consume that would become more regular customers because they're much more addictive substances. Cocaine, for instance. I mean, there'd be you'd come to the front of the queue at their door, buy your cocaine, and then rejoin the queue immediately in order to get another one. So it would be in their interests to get people on harder drugs.
I used to know someone who used to take cannabis, magic mushrooms, cocaine, different things, and the dealer always had stuff that he could sell other than cannabis.
Yeah.
And the dealers are rotten, horrible people. They really are. They don't care what they do to you.
Are we talking about the cigarette companies now, or drug dealers?
The dealers of cannabis.
Right.
Because they don't just sell cannabis; they sell everything else. That they can. And I knew someone that was a heroin addict, and he smoked as well, and he'd go and get his puff, as they called it. And one day he bought some heroin. It was a bad heroin, and he died. And he was such a nice person, and he was just trying to get himself straight.
Yeah, that's a horrible story, but I would suggest that he died not in spite of that drug being illegal, but because it was illegal. Because, again, you're buying something and you've got no idea what it is until you've taken it.
You meet this person like the devil incarnate, which is a dealer. I hate them. I kill them if I could. And they don't just sell cannabis, they sell all the other stuff, which is really wrong, and it's really bad for you. I went through the hippie time, and you could get all kinds of stuff, but I only smoked cannabis. got raided a few times and hid it in the cornflakes, but
Can I just suggest that nobody hides anything even remotely like that in cornflakes?
Warning!
Yeah, lest they open a packet and think it's Frosties instead. Yeah, Pat, I'm going to have to leave it there, but thanks for that. Some people want to talk to me about this, so I'll take those calls. But I also want to talk about Jeremy Corbyn supposedly going to war against banks. And the banks are whining about it.
And he's a great guy, and he's an honest guy.
Who, Jared? No, I don't think so. We're going to have to build a big, beautiful wall around pretty much everybody that's associated with Donald Trump. Lock him up. And the hits just keep on coming from America. I mean, how boring would it be if Hillary Clinton had won, eh? It'd be, you'd feel a little bit safer, but a lot more bored. Thanks for the entertainment, Donny. We appreciate it. Here's calling Catford. Hello, Tom.
Good evening.
Yes, Tom.
Yeah, I definitely would vote for legalizing cannabis. As I feel like this, I'm a minicab driver, and I have this one interesting story. I will go really short for it. I was bringing one customer from hospital to hospital, and there was a nurse with him as well, and basically all the way they were speaking about that he was really in pain, and he was using all these painkillers, but nothing helped, and all the way in my head was just these things that I wanted to ask him about how he tried cannabis or something like that, but I obviously didn't. And when he arrived, the nurse went to the hospital and left just two of us, and I asked him, and then immediately the smile popped in his face, and he said that only cannabis really helps, and that he's, like, using that to go to sleep, and previously you were speaking about that, about government, how that would affect that, and I definitely think that, the painkillers and that's huge money, and I think tobacco as well, and even like in summer in this radio as well, they were speaking about the cannabis oil, which sort of like cures cancer, so that's a big.
I don't know if it cures anything.
Well, so many people did call and tell the stories about their experience with that, and
well, there's a lot of people who say that it helps with pain relief and the kind of thing that they've tried, multiple over-the-counter medicines with all sorts of negative side effects, sleeplessness and there's a giant list of negative side effects that are associated with taking strong prescription drugs. And they say, you've read it many times, that people say, and then I tried cannabis and I didn't need to, I could wean myself off these strong narcotics that the doctor had pushed me to take. And so it does seem as though one possible reason for the government's intransigence is that they're protecting the profitability of the pharmaceuticals companies. And you don't have to be a conspiracy theorist to believe that might actually be the case. I mean, after all, the plastics industry seems to have a hand in writing the rules that are associated with the use of plastics in buildings. And the food industry seems to have a hand in writing the rules that are associated with food production and manufacture. And so it seems that the businesses are closely involved with the government through their lobbyists and all the rest of it, pouring money into political parties. They seem to be closely associated with writing the rules and the regulations and government policy that pertain to their own products. So it's not beyond the realms of possibility that the pharmaceutical business would rather prefer that easily growable
exactly
things that would salve your pain. I'm sorry. I've come to that bloke who's obviously not from this country speaks English better than I do. It seems not beyond the realms of possibility that the pharmaceutical companies might be persuading the government not to act because it might be detrimental to their profits. That was sort of more or less what I wanted to say. Thank you, Tom. I mean, you don't have to be a conspiracy theorist to think that, is what I'm saying. Daz says, I think the politicians are probably less interested in drug money for the country than they are for the pharmaceutical lobby money that goes back into their back pockets. Wow, talk about prescient. That's pretty much exactly what I just said. He says, there's no other reason for being so stubborn about legalisation. Well, there is. I think there's the reason that they don't want, that no politician wants to be the one that says, okay, go ahead. Because then the Daily Mail and the Express and the Telegraph and the Times and all the rest of them will lay every subsequent negative story about that drug at their feet. This is your fault for the rest of time. Let's have Islington. Hello, Maggie.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Hello.
Yes,
well,
Maggie.
You've just taken the words right out of my mouth. That is exactly, I believe, why they will not legalise medical marijuana. In fact, I've just signed a petition. My blood's been boiling all day over this very subject. I've signed a petition asking for it to be legalised because I am a medical cannabis user, and every word you've just said is true. I have got more medical conditions, was on more pharmaceuticals, and they have now been replaced by medical cannabis. But here is a question that I would like someone from the government to come forward and answer. We all know that it's illegal. It's totally illegal. You can't grow it, you can't possess it, and you cannot sell it. Why then if you are this big pharmaceutical company that I won't mention their name, that you can pop along and pay the government a load of money and get a license to grow it for medical research. So they've grown it. They've put it into these little 10 ml bottles, and there are other products, but this is the one that I'm aware of. It's called Sativex. And then they sell that back to the National Health, I believe, at something like £125 for 10 mils. So who's the drug dealer? And I would like them to come forward and answer that question for me and about 3 million other medical cannabis users in this country.
Well, they sell it
answer
to the government. What does the government do with it?
No, they sell it to the National Health.
But what do they do with it?
They give it to people. The only people that are allowed to take it are people that suffer with MS. That's the only way it's illegal to get it on prescription. But you can actually get it on prescription if you want to pay 100. I think it's somewhere between 100, 125 pounds for this little 10 ml bottle.
And so, to be clear, when you said you were on medical marijuana, that's not something that a doctor has prescribed for you. You're just
Absolutely no,
treating
totally
yourself, right?
Totally illegal, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah, unless you're a big pharmaceutical company and you can bung the government a load of money, and they will go, yeah, put it in a bottle, and it is absolute cannabis. I can't remember the ratio from THC to cannabinoids, but it is legal to get that on prescription now at an extortionate price if you suffer from MS.
Right. Presumably, the part of it that gets you high would be taken out as much as they can.
Well, as much as they can, but there is still THC in it. It would still put you to sleep. It would relax you enough to put you to sleep. The other point I'd like to raise is nobody seems to mention this at all, but there is a massive difference between medical cannabis. I mean, we call it medical cannabis because we use it for medical purposes, but there is actually a medical cannabis out there. It's growing totally organically. The THC levels are much lower, cannabinoids slightly higher. It's medical. No one should take skunk. It's a nasty, horrible thing, and the THC levels, I believe this day, is something like 38 to 40%. So if you are anybody under the age of 25 and your brain is still developing, then I agree they shouldn't be touching skunk.
Yeah,
definitely.
well, that's right. But unfortunately, because it's not in spite of it, but because it's illegal, skunk is probably the only thing that they can buy, because that's what the dealers sell, because that's what makes them most profit.
Absolutely.
I think it's called the law of unintended consequences. Everything that the government is trying to do, it is singularly failing in doing by its intransigence to not change its behaviour.
Yeah, I mean, years ago, I think, I'm not too sure when it was made illegal, back in the 30s sometimes, I believe. But before that time, you could actually walk into a pharmacy and they would have all sorts of cannabis products there for whatever ailed you.
Well, they used to have cocaine. I mean, Coca-Cola used to be, used to have, the coca part of it. That's what that was.
Yeah, but I ask the question again. Anyone in the government that might be listening, or they can pass the question on. Why is it okay when you have a shed load of money to produce this and then sell it back to the government?
Okay, thanks, Maggie. And it's not just marijuana that is used medically, and that has really extraordinary. That has had extraordinary results in treating the kind of problems that have been drug resistant. Because magic mushrooms is another thing. And there was a clinical trial by Imperial College London that had pretty interesting results about magic mushrooms, and I'll come to that in a minute.
Would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Yeah, it's all about Viagra. Because the government has acted and reclassified erectile dysfunction drugs in order to stem the illegal trade in those drugs. But not in drugs that are currently illegal. It seems to be the same argument, but they draw a line for some reason. Well, maybe the reason is that you get high on marijuana, for instance, but you don't get high on Viagra. And this is back in 2013. You remember David Nutt, Professor David, the unfortunately named Professor Nutt? The UK's drug laws are preventing scientists from carrying out vital research to unlock our understanding of the brain and find new treatments for conditions such as depression and Parkinson's disease. So said Professor David Nutt. He was a leading neuroscientist, but as he was an expert, no one was remotely interested in any opinion that he had. That's actually true. Government didn't care. They appointed him and then fired him for telling them what he thought. He said, things are actually getting worse. This was in 2013. I'll go ahead and assume, unless you know otherwise, that things have not improved since then. He was talking about the restrictions placed on research. He said it's the dark ages. He said the UK used to lead the world in discovering the constituents of cannabis, about 100 individual substances, all of which have therapeutic value, and we've exploited virtually none of it because it's too difficult for scientists to do their works. He was sacked by the then Health Secretary Alan Johnson for publicly stating that alcohol and tobacco were more harmful than LSD, ecstasy and cannabis. But like I said, as he was an expert, nobody in government was interested in what he had to say. That was in 2013. Now, in 2014, in America, Johns Hopkins researchers, this was a report in Time magazine. It was one of the ones that Donald Trump was not on the cover of.
Oh, shut up!
On Time magazine, September 2014, Johns Hopkins Research, this is a university, researchers published in the Journal of Psychopharmacology a stunning success rate in a pilot study using psilocybin, the psychedelic compound in magic mushrooms, to help heavy smokers of tobacco quit. The 12 of 15 recidivist smokers who managed to stop smoking for 6 months after 3 psychedelic sessions represented an 80% success rate, unheard of in the notoriously difficult treatment of tobacco addiction. The most successful current treatment only has a 35% success rate. So they got, it was a small study, right enough, but it seems a remarkable result. An 80% success rate, as opposed to the current most successful treatment, which only has a 35% success rate. And then in 2016, The Guardian reported that magic mushrooms lift severe depression in a clinical trial by Imperial College London. They said then that the result raises hopes that the active substance in the Class 1 drug could be used to treat mental health conditions in the future. Magic mushrooms. They have lifted severe depression in a dozen volunteers in a clinical trial, raising scientists' hopes that the psychedelic experiences beloved of the Aztecs and the hippie counterculture of the 1970s could one day become mainstream medicine. But not if the government has anything to do with it. And then in America, just recently, they were saying that MDMA, also known as ecstasy, had been granted a breakthrough therapy status by the Food and Drug Administration in America for treating PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, which is one of those things that is hugely resistant to drugs, and is something that typically soldiers will experience, and it will ruin their lives. And it was perhaps almost by accident that this result was discovered. In recent trials, 107 people suffering from PTSD were given 3 sessions of MDMA, this ecstasy drug. 2 months later, 61% no longer had the condition. 12 months later, 68% didn't. Isn't that incredible? People who suffer from PTSD experience powerful emotional overrides when memories are triggered by as little as a smell or a word. Advocates claim that MDMA softens the emotional reaction to these memories, giving patients the space to work through them with the therapists. How about that? But don't bother telling the government that, because they won't be remotely interested. They'd rather you just sat and suffered. Mayfair. Hello, Sean.
Hello.
Sean.
Hi. I was calling regarding the cannabis discussion. I have a friend of mine who's got severe MS, and he had cannabis oil, and he sort of is paralysed, he's in a wheelchair, and he can't move his arms. When he was taking the cannabis oil, he got feeling back into his hands and his arms, and he started to get movement back into his fingers as well. And it was really, things were really improving. But then he had to go to America, and he thought, well, he's not going to be able to get it out there, and there's severe withdrawal symptoms from someone on MS when they've got the cannabis oil. So he had to stop taking it, and his situation went back to what it was before. So I think there's a real sort of, you know, I mean, you had a caller just before saying about the people with MS can get it legally. He wouldn't get it legally, he's getting it through a friend of his. So I think there's definitely, I mean, I saw it firsthand, that it really did improve his condition.
It seems odd that he would go to America and find it more difficult to get than here.
Well, no, he was going to America, so he thought he wouldn't be able to get it there. And he didn't want to have the withdrawals while he was in America.
Right.
So he stopped it prior to going.
Right.
And now he goes there every year to talk. So he's stopped doing it, and that's actually caused his condition to go back to what it was. It hasn't worsened, but the improvements have disappeared.
Well, it's not the first time I've heard stories like that, and you'd think that the government would be interested in pursuing that, but unless they're working furiously behind the scenes while keeping up the charade of being, for strong on the war on drugs, then it doesn't seem that they are remotely interested.
Well, it just seems, I think, I mean, there might be, I think just what you're saying about the backhanders and things from the drug industry, that sounds very plausible. It's, less of a conspiracy. It sounds more plausible. I hadn't considered that before. And then just by listening in and just thinking, God, yeah, that could be, because pharmaceuticals is a big business. And, if it's something that can be done freely, then, it's going to cut out a lot of money in that sector.
Well, our government does, and it's not just this one, but successive governments do seem to be rather pliant when it comes to big business having access to ministers, lobbyists. I mean, David Cameron said it a while ago, and it was almost as, this is when he was Prime Minister, it was almost as though he said it by accident. He said that lobbying is going to be the next scandal. And since then, we've heard absolutely nothing. And I suspect that is principally because of the money that is involved. £1 million speaks a lot louder than 1 million people.
Yeah, it does, when it's going into that pocket.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I had one other point. He said earlier on about the people with the dealers and things when they're buying weed, and you said that they've got access to the other drugs. I was a friend of mine's kids. They're at 16, 17, and they're buying weed from these dealers. And then one of them told me that that dealer gave him a 3 gram of cocaine to share with his friend. And then they went back, and then he went, I went to go back and ask for some more, and then he wanted to charge me £50.
Well, yeah.
So we all chipped in together, and then we got one. He said, but it didn't last very long. And I was just like, that's exactly what they said earlier. I was shocked. And then they're going on now with this thing called Xanax. And they're taking it, Xanax, and they're taking it recreationally and completely changing the way they are.
What's Xanax again?
It's like an anti-anxiety drug. That's what it's meant for. But they're taking it recreationally, like sort of 5 or 10 at a time. And then they've got no fear, so they're doing he's got to go to court for something because he was on that drug, and he's gone out and done something stupid, and he's got no fear. There's no sort of filter in your behaviour. It just gets rid of any anxiety. So screaming at a policeman wouldn't faze them.
Well, I think that's what teenagers need the least is something that makes them more impetuous.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
they're plenty impetuous enough as it is.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot, Sean. Cheers.
Thank you very much.
0345 6060 973. And of course, in America, the big problem that they have with drugs over there, or one of them, is the opioid epidemic, which was started by the overprescription of legal medicines. And then when people ran out of their prescription or they became too expensive, then they went to illegal opioids. Let's have a call in Epsom. Hello, Martin.
Hi, Nick.
Martin.
I usually call in about stupid stuff like credit card transaction fees and stuff, but I thought I'd go with the conspiracy theory today.
Okay.
By the way, did you hear Hugh Hefner took so much, what was it?
Viagra?
Viagra that he actually went deaf.
I think he went deaf because he was 150 years old. That seems more likely.
No, it was the Viagra that took his hearing in the end. It took so much of it, which I guess is a warning to us. And then, of course, the US Army has like $180 million budget for Viagra every year as well, which makes
that's very bizarre. Yes, I'm sure they're taking it for some other reason that would than you'd expect, but because doesn't it? There must be another reason why they would have such a massive Viagra budget.
Well, it was originally heart medication, but
that's what they were trying to invent, and then they noticed that they had this side effect. And they decided to make billions and billions of pounds by selling it as for the nature of its side effect.
Absolutely. Anyway, I called in to say I have a theory as to why I don't think most governments in Europe and America won't legalize these drugs. In 2009, the United Nations said that they'd seen evidence that after the 2008 crash, after all those money lenders went broke, that interbank lending stopped, which meant that most banks, a lot of banks, went bust, but those that didn't were massively propped up by drug money because that was the only liquid capital that was available. And I personally think the world's banking racket is being kept up by drug money.
Well, there's some well-known high street banks that have been fined hundreds of millions of dollars by the American authorities for laundering Mexican cartels' evil drug funds. Yeah, so that's not guesswork on your part, Martin. That's established fact.
Oh, well, thank you. I feel much more...
You just stumbled across that one by accident.
Yes. I mean, have you ever watched Narcos on Netflix?
No, I don't get Netflix.
I'd really invest if I were you.
Yeah, I've got way too much TV to watch as it is. If I made watching television my full-time occupation, I wouldn't be able to get through the stuff that I've recorded on Sky. But Martin, I'm going to have to leave it there, but thanks. Edward says, if the side effects of a drug are pleasurable, then they must be banned. So says our government. That does seem to be the policy. Tobacco, as far as I can tell, the only pleasure that you get from smoking tobacco is to relieve the pain of not smoking it. It has to be the stupidest drug that's ever been invented. And like I said, it's caused the deaths of, I don't know exactly what the number is, but it must be 100 million people worldwide. And are still invited to the top table at high society, the tobacco manufacturers. There was an article in the Independent in July, and they were talking about a book from a fella called Steve Rolls. It says, over the 50-odd years that the global war on drugs has been fought, it's been a catalogue of failure on pretty much every level you'd care to examine, bar the bank balance of those profiting from the outcome. But one man has a vision of what a post-drug war world could look like. It's a book called Legalizing Drugs, The Key to Ending War. Steve Rolls, a senior policy analyst on drug policy with the Transform Drug Policy Foundation. He provides a brief history of the global war on drugs and then goes on to suggest how the market could be instead managed by governments, not gangsters. Take gangsters out of the equation.
Absolutely.
247 million people use drugs around the world. 247 million. And they pump money into a global industry worth more than $300 billion per year. That's according to, I ain't making that up, that's the UN, the United Nations report from 2015. 250 million adults worldwide take illegal drugs such as cannabis, cocaine, heroin, etc. and so on. $300 billion business. Every single penny of which has gone into the pockets of criminals. $300 billion. No wonder they're shooting each other. You'd shoot somebody for a slice of that pie. He says the prohibition of drugs has had little or no impact on the rate of drug use, and that seems completely correct in every respect. The government's complete intransigence on this issue has had no effect. The war on drugs it has to be the least successful war ever prosecuted. The prohibition of drugs has had little or no impact on the rate of drug use, the Global Commission on Drug Policy's annual report said last year. But, you know, like I said, they're experts, so the government is not remotely interested. Last year also saw one of the world's oldest general medical journals, the British Medical Journal, call for the legalisation of illicit drugs for the first time. An editorial said prohibition laws had failed to curb either supply or demand, cut violence, or reduce profits for organised crime. He went on to say that the ban on production, supply, possession and use of some drugs for non-medical purposes was causing immense harm. Of course. But, like I said, you know, experts, not interested. Instead of protecting the health of the public, the war on drugs has made drugs more dangerous. Now, I was talking about this already. If you were a drug dealer, imagine yourself in that position, then would you sell something that was that could get you arrested by the law, that was not as profitable as something that had a similar penalty that was much, much more profitable? I mean, you'd have to be off your chump not to follow the money. I mean, the drug dealer's not in the game to provide a social service. It's a money-making exercise. He said, all drugs are fundamentally risky. Yeah, and in case there's any doubt, I don't think that anybody should take anything that is in any way bad for them. And all drugs are bad for you, including many drugs prescribed by your doctor, but you should always defer to the opinion of your medical professional. But I also think that cake is bad for you, and nobody should take cake either. And pretty much everything you're going to eat at Christmas, that's bad for you as well. Don't even open the box that the biscuits come in, would be my suggestion. Never mind about putting something in your mouth and then setting fire to it and breathing in the smoke. Almost certainly not as good for you as breathing fresh, clean air. Don't do it. That would be my position. It also is the position of the government, and what I think is neither here nor there, but the government's actions have consequences, and the consequence is that the strength of marijuana has become what some people would call dangerous, as a direct consequence of its illegality. Anyway, this fellow who has written this book, Legalizing Drugs, The Key to Ending the War, Steve Rawls, said, all drugs are fundamentally risky, but when they're produced and supplied through an illegal market, they become more risky. People don't know how strong they are. People don't know what's in them. Their potency can vary wildly. All of the things that the war on drugs is supposedly achieving in terms of protecting our health or protecting us from crime, it's actually doing the opposite. And how many times have you heard some terrible tale about a young person who takes what they think is ecstasy in a club? These things come in tiny little pills, and you've got absolutely no idea what it is until you've taken it, until an hour or two after you've taken it. And it can be absolutely nothing in it. It could be concentrated talcum powder, or it could be the strongest form of that drug that is known to man. You've got no idea. There's no quality control. There's no comeback. There's no returning it to the point for purchase for a full refund. There's none of that. Not in spite of it being illegal, people take drugs that they've got no idea what they are. It's because it's illegal. Rather than continuing the war on drugs, Rawls argues that the drugs market could be reformed in a way that would leave it managed by governments, not gangsters. He advocates strict legal regulation from licensed vendors. Oh God, the lights have gone out. Wait a minute. I thought I'd walked up and down during the course of the last news bulletin. I have to do that every half hour, otherwise I am plunged into darkness. The light system doesn't know that there's anybody in here. Where was I? Yes, he thinks that strict legal regulation from licensed vendors and different forms of regulation for different drugs, with greater restrictions placed on more risky drugs. Now, he believes that regulating the drugs market would make less risky drugs relatively more available and more risky drugs relatively less available. And that makes sense when you think that prohibition tends to do the exact opposite. It tends to encourage the use of more risky products, partly because they're more profitable for the dealer. But it also encourages people to use them in risky ways and use them in risky environments. A significant portion of the prison population in this country is there because of the war on drugs, with some estimates putting it as high as half the entire prison population being in there related to drug markets or specifically drug offences. And that's also absolutely true in America. He says the cannabis reform is picking up pace around the world. It's been legalised in Uruguay and Canada and 8 states in the US and counting, including California, which is about the size of the UK. And as to what a post-drug war world would look like, he said, I don't think society would look different. It's not as if people aren't using drugs now, and if they were legal, then everyone would be. That's the suggestion from some people, is that you legalise it and suddenly everybody that hadn't even considered doing it before will be forming an orderly queue at the chemists. He said it doesn't work like that. And the example from Portugal seems to bear that out. He says people that want to use drugs use them already. And they are effectively freely available to anyone who wants them. The idea that prohibition is stopping that in any way is nonsense. And that's Steve Rolls from the Legalising Drugs, the Key to Ending a War book, which was reported in the Independent newspaper in July. To absolutely no effect from anybody in authority whatsoever. I wonder when what the tipping point will be. I mean, America seems to have already crossed the Rubicon in that regard. I know that the Orange Nightmare has been... as soon as he heard about it, he's been flinging his poop around his cage, metaphorically speaking, and digging his heels in and insisting that America will not go that way. But they have, rules in America to allow states to make their own laws. And it seems to be working just fine. I mean, unless you know otherwise, Colorado was first out the gate, and they've made hundreds of millions of dollars in tax take from a business that would ordinarily have been the exclusive preserve of criminals, and that money has gone to schools, as far as I know. It seems like we're in desperate need of money in this country. Wouldn't it be a good idea to just think about it? Just a little bit. If at first you don't succeed, keep doing the same thing over and over and over again for the rest of your life. Does that make sense? There is something else that's highly addictive that we seem to have taken to more than anything that's come along in a good long while. And its effects are highly negative as well. And yet there is complete acquiescence on behalf of the government with the people that produce this stuff. Think of something that has really had it's appeared in society over the last 10 years or so, and has had a dramatic effect on people's behaviour. It's affected people such that they don't tend to go out as much as they used to. They are more insular, less inclined to meet people face to face. And has had a dramatic effect on people's mental well-being. Causes depression, anxiety, insomnia, impulsivity, that sort of thing. That would be mobile phones. A report in the Mail says the average age for a child to get their first phone is 10. 10 years old when you get your first phone. People of my age, it's just I just cannot relate to that at all. We used to have to use a urinal in the high street to make a phone call. A new study suggests that dependence on mobile phone technology could be affecting teenagers' brains. Teenagers who are addicted to their smartphones, and that'll be all of them.
Affirmative.
Are more likely to suffer from mental disorders, including depression and anxiety, which sounds like the cause of recreational drug to me. Researchers from Korea University in Seoul have found an imbalance in the brain chemistry of young people addicted to smartphones and the internet. And if you look at people and the way that they use their phones, this seems likely, because they are utterly wrapped with their screens. They can't leave them alone for a second. The results showed from this Korea University in Seoul that addicted teenagers had significantly higher scores in depression, anxiety, insomnia severity, and impulsivity than the controlled students in this experiment. And yet, is the government doing anything about that? I mean, if they have significantly higher scores in depression, anxiety, and insomnia, you'd think that would be something that the government would be interested in having an effect on. But apparently, it's just fine. The findings follow a study earlier this week which found that people are dependent on their smartphones and their Wi-Fi. And you see it wherever you go. Young people particularly do seem to be addicted, is the only word I can think of for using. They do seem to be completely attached. It's like a mental attachment to their phones. They can't go more than a couple of minutes or 2 paces without checking their phone. 2/3 of people said they feel anxious when not connected to the Wi-Fi, with many saying that they'd give up a range of items and activities in exchange for a Wi-Fi connection. 61% of respondents said that Wi-Fi was impossible to give up, more so than sex. They would rather give up sex than Wi-Fi, or junk food, or smoking, or alcohol, or drugs. It's the most important thing in their life. Part of the reason for that is that that's how it was envisaged from the people that are that have invented the things that are really gripping your attention. Social media. There's nothing social about it. There was a former Facebook software engineer that says he's turned his back on Facebook and apps in general. He's the fellow that developed the like feature for Facebook, you know, the thumbs up. Doesn't seem like much to invent, but that's what he invented. And now I expect that he's a bazillionaire. A decade later, he has cut himself off from notifications and other online distractions. He's banned all apps on his phone because he doesn't trust himself not to get addicted to them. He said it could end in a future where people are permanently distracted by devices from the world around them. That's not the future. It's the now. Smartphones have terminated social interactions. How many times have you been to a pub and you'll see people around a table? None of whom, all of whom have come out with each other with the superficial purpose of being together, but they're not together. They're conversing or communicating or looking at somebody else on their screen that's not there. Like I said, social media, there is nothing social about it. Rosenstein said that the lure of social media and other apps can be as addictive as heroin, and that they're having a noticeably detrimental effect on people's ability to focus. How can a government be so intransigent when it comes to a drug that has very few known side effects and has not been fingered in the death of anyone, and yet be completely complacent when it comes to something that even the people who designed it say it's as bad as heroin? He says that profit motives have led to the app notification becoming just a way for companies to sell their products. by driving users back to apps to play host to their adverts. It's the attention economy. That's why your phone pings every time a message comes in, or somebody likes your tweet, or whatever the hell it is. I switch all that off. I decided a little while ago not to do social media because it just seemed like a gigantic waste of time. You go and you'll check your Twitter feed and you think, oh, I'll just spend 5 minutes check, and then 2 hours later you're still doing it. Time just disappears. This fella who invented the like feature for Facebook set up his laptop to block access to Reddit. He removed himself from Snapchat and placed limits on the amount of time he spends on Facebook itself. He's now got a parental control feature on his iPhone that bans him from downloading any new apps. This is somebody from the inside who's treating it, social media as though it is a highly addictive drug. He says everyone is distracted all of the time. And it's happened so quickly. By design. Another fella who worked for Facebook, Roger McNamee, he likened Facebook's methods to those of Edward Bernays, the father of public relations who promoted smoking for women. He compared it to Nazi propaganda chief Joseph Goebbels. Well, let's not get bogged down in the nasty Nazis. And Facebook's founders knew that they were creating something addictive that exploited a vulnerability in human psychology from the outset, according to Sean Parker, the company's founding president. He's a billionaire now. He criticised the very company that made him all that money. He said it literally changes your relationship with society and with each other. It probably interferes with productivity in weird ways. God only knows what it's doing to our children's brains. Exactly. Or our adult brains.
Bing, 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 bing.
Yeah, like the big bing bong in the White House, for instance. What's it done to him? He said that when Facebook was being developed, the objective was, how do we consume as much of your time and conscious attention as possible? And if you find it difficult to give up your phone, that's the reason why. It's not an accident. They've deliberately designed all those apps to bring you back all the time with the pings and the bongs and the likes and the retweets and all of that stuff. If anything should be banned, it seems to me it should be that, as opposed to banning some plant that grows out the ground. But, you know, that's just me saying that, and what do I know?